Good evening and welcome to NECC. It's week 7 of the fall 2023 season. My name is Mitch Mose. Yeah, I want to guess my sights right. Hang on. Right hand left to my digital left. I got Orbital. Orb, how are you doing? What are we watching tonight?
We are watching what should be a battle for pride coming out here in the Challengers Division for Rocket League to kick off the evening. I'm excited to be here. Kind of hopped in at the last moment, but, it's going to be an entertaining time. We got the two teams marked up here today. It is Mount Aloysius going up against Lebanon Valley College White, and these two teams, of course, unfortunately, are pretty much out of the playoff running, but they do have their pride on the line right now. Don't want to go out on the season on a loss.
Yeah, the 1-4 Mounties going against the 0-4 LVC White squad. It's a best of 5 scenario. It's not a BO7, which can go a little bit longer than usual. I am actually going to guess straight out the gate that this is going to go to 5. This is probably going to be one of those surprise series that takes everybody by storm and out of nowhere turns into an instant classic. And you said it earlier, it's all about bragging rights. It's all about who can come out better at the end of the series, a better Rocketeer for next campaign or parallel tournaments, because this one is not for all the marbles. There's actually no marbles on the table. Everything has been said already in the past couple of weeks, and only one victory with these two rosters combined, and that goes to the Mounties. 1-4, 0-4. At least one has to walk out a winner. We're going to find that in the best of 5.
Yeah, and taking a look at some of the rosters coming out here, I believe we're going to take a look at Mount Aloysius to start here. They are a squad that are comprised of a couple sophomores and juniors and then one freshman on the squad who is not going to be playing here tonight. It is going to be XMJs going in role 1, and then we got Noah in role 2, and then a rare hybrid coming in as well.
Yeah, rare hybrid. Somebody to keep your eye on. They can definitely hybrid means a lot of things in our industry, right? Esports in the booth or on the pitch, especially in Rocket League, such a fast-paced esport. You gotta be able to keep up. And Rocket League, you don't have a defined position or a role on the pitch. Whatever is thrown at you, you need to handle. You might as well make it count and make sure that you go the distance, especially in this best of 5, which can be very unforgiving in its format. We got also on the opposite corner, LVC College. Let's see what they bring to the table with Blase. Too much sauce. I want to see that sauce on the pitch. And Blarnfo, which I gotta say is probably one of the funniest fun facts I've read all NECC season long. They said that they once went to 72 hours without making a knock-knock joke. I wonder when the last one was, and I wonder if we'll see it in Quick Chat tonight.
Well, of course, for both these squads, I think it refers back to what you were talking about, right? This is a battle for pride. This is a battle to get better for it next semester. As again, this is just the winter, going into the winter playoffs here very shortly. So you have more time, especially with a lot of these guys. They are juniors and sophomores over here on the LVC squad. It's not impossible for them to try and keep fighting. There is one senior, which is Philip Shem, who is not playing here tonight. But just kind of a thought process there is, if you are currently sitting at a losing record, you're looking to try and find improvement factors, right? What are we actually missing? Are we losing out in specific skill issue? Are we missing out in team play? And identifying those factors is what makes a great team. I will always say the best team to me is not the one that always consistently goes undefeated, right? It's a team that every so often has a loss and can bounce back from it. And again, you can argue all you want on me about that, but I want to see teams that maybe have faults and then they can overcome those faults quickly, high rise or anything of the sort. For both of these.
Yeah, that says a lot more about a squad than just going on. defensive advance. The catch too much sauce, erased out of existence for a couple of seconds, where Hybrid takes to the sideline, gets past one up, pass to Blarn in the corner, will try to make a play on the ball, puts it up high, actually pressures the defense, too much sauce, takes it up high, cannot make things happen off of the backboard. We're approaching halftime, and this is going to be a ripple effect, a domino effect, if you will, where neither team scores out the gates, and it's gonna, again, it's gonna add on the lack of rotation, the lack of boost, the lack of vision of where this play is going, and that's gonna be the one that decides the first goal of the tally. 2 follow-up attempts. Mounties cannot score on it. Noah, one last step up with this one to go direct towards the defense.
And I think that pretty much summarizes the entirety of what's been going down, right? The aggression coming out of Mounties is good. Same with Lebanon. However, the execution is a little bit wanting. The shots are a little bit soft. The angles that you're going into, the aerials are not great. You can see that ball having a lot of dead time, sometimes drifting in front of center field or drifting just kind of off on the edge. And the chase by some of these cars is not some of the best, but the defense is strong. We saw that rotate up 3. Keeping that ball out of the goal was a thing of beauty, right? So I'm loving the fact that these two teams seem to have the defense on lock. They need that aggressive streak, and the strong striker is the best way I call it.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to create an offense when you got 1 to 2 touches per possession. It's a great chance. Double attempt goes wide, shy of the goalpost. MJS cannot get a touch on it. Shot off target, and then away it goes. It comes maybe a breakaway. Again, off target. I am a huge believer in quality over quantity, and so far there's plenty of opportunities for goals to be scored, but the shot quality behind those shots are not the best. And talk about a defensive mistake, a missed rotation, an over push. Mounties will take the lead 1-0.
You know, in these situations where the team play isn't working, the next best thing, find the mistakes. Lebanon got a little bit over aggressive, and you can see there, Too Much actually just had gotten that 100 boost, so they were all out trying to scatter, get those boosts, collect themselves up, and the fast breakaway from Mounties was perfect. And now Lebanon are on their back foot. They have to be able to rally themselves up quickly and get another shot on goal. The quantity has been there, but the quality has been lacking from this Lebanon squad.
Aloysius is definitely overwhelming that defense. Not best case scenario, Lebanon Valley is a little bit drowned on their half. It's difficult to escape their own, and this is gonna be a little bit shaky. Inside the box, barely escape. Flick past 1, finally some cleanup by the defense. Last 6 ticks to go. You score ASAP, triple zeros, and the ball touches the ground. It'll be a W for the Mounties. Sideline ball from the heavens, dropped down by Noah. Directly onto MJ's. Oh, demoed from behind, and now with 30 ticks to go, it's do or die. You gotta throw everything towards the wall. See what 6. This might be a shot opportunity. Blarn denied ahead of the crossbar. Last 20 pushes. Here comes again Blarn, denied on the heavy rotation. Too much sauce. Just banks towards the side of the wall. Great cutter from behind. Blarn off target, and again cleared to the corner and out. 10, 9, 8, 7. It's a celebration for the Mounties because they're a couple of sticks away. He's claiming the W. Just panic on the defensive side. Bush just gives possession away into the corner. One final bounce. It'll do. Oh my goodness, how was that not touching grass? Noah will put it aside. Flip reset. Creating pressure. Somehow, somewhere, a juggling act from Lebanon Valley. Finally, it touches ground. Mount Aloysius. They steal game 1.
It wasn't, I wouldn't say it's a steal. I mean, we saw aggression come out, but as we said, the quality, the actual execution and the finishing was not there. And I think we're starting to see why these teams are unfortunately on the losing side of the league, right? They have the playbook. The playbook is there. It's a very rough reading though, right? It's, hey, push up at this time. Maybe we can get something. The shots, the quality is not there just yet individually. Right, so I love the fact that they are able to identify mistakes and patterns, right? The gap that Mounties took advantage of is something that is necessary. If they can keep doing that, that could be a fast break to a 3-0, but for right now, it's only 1.
Yeah, mechanics-wise, definitely Mount Aloysius has the upper hand. The thing is, though, that they could not finish the job when they had the possession. Like you said, they had to depend on a defensive mistake. Definitely take those and run away with them. 1-0 in the series, Mounties. Moving 1 game closer to that sweep. But Lebanon Valley does not want to see the brooms. They'll keep them away a little bit longer. 1-0 in the first 5 seconds.
We said it, right? the Mounties got it just because of a fast breakaway and a mistake. And Lebanon are showing you can't make those same mistakes. If the teams do slip up, if the break is large enough, it will be taken. Well done by Lebanon Valley.
Oh man, I'm excited. You smell that? It's starting to smell like a great series. If not a best of fun going to this is how it's not a goal. Noah cannot capitalize on the opportunity, and then a breakaway forms again. That's the formula, the MO for this fast scores. Center will be denied by the great rotation. Mounties will escape unscathed for the time being. Already trailing by 1. Already pushing on the breakaway pinch, defensive pinch that goes to the opposite side of the pitch. MJ's rotating wide, waiting for a giveaway ball. Noah catches it, has 2 men in front of him, cannot escape, but finally gets a great 50, pushing towards the corner, looking for a demo. Actually finds a bump. Here comes another advance. They're creating pressure, and they did that very well during the first meeting. Let's see if they can continue to do so here in game number 2. Lebanon Valley, though, that lead could be very scary if Mounties over push like they did in game number 1. It could be very dangerous, and he can get out of hand definitely here in the second inning.
I mean, that getting out of hand is real there, as Rare Hybrid said, hey buddy, hey teammate, you gotta put those away. That demo was prime for the fact you can see it there. XM said put in that J, put in that jam, and tie it up 1-1.
I think it was too much sauce. Suicide flip. Gonna go for that clearance, man. Those hurt. Those hurt because you have the lead now, tied to 1 apiece. Lebanon Valley, the best thing that you can do with your Rocket League career is take care of your mental. You had the 1-goal lead. You're back to square 1, tied up. It didn't matter. We could have played 90 seconds less of Rocket League. It's fine. You don't need to lose it. You don't need to look at the series. You need to look at the game. Let's see if LVC can bounce back, falling to the corner. Barnes trying to kill it, goes for a 50, goes sideways. These are the type of plays that really define a game. What can you make out of the mistakes so far? 3 goals have been scored entirely on missed rotations, whiffs, and miscommunication. And I believe this could be the 4th. What a great pass. That was actually probably the most dangerous offensive play. Here comes the follow-up shot off target. You want that push, no, instead he's helping the ball.
You know what? I appreciate it, right? Once again, we are seeing that aggression come on, but it's starting to get a bit more tempered. We can see the plays are starting to come together, and both teams have kind of had their warm-up game. So maybe we get to see the teams tangle a bit more. And honestly, these demos have been so powerful. Rare Hybrid gets another one on Blarn. And I think if you can get those demos under control, if you can start utilizing that on your offensive, hey, that's a plus, right? You can start creating, manufacturing those holes in the defense. And maybe that's where these teams break it out. Because again, the Mounties made it off of a demo. Lebanon Valley just got on a fast breakaway. Maybe we get these conditions under control.
Past the halfway mark. And again, 1 possession will do. Mounties take this one, move on to match point. Oh, miscommunication yet again near post. So that one graciously for them. It's a friendly 50. Goes away from the net. Bear takes it up high. Oh man, a little bit of a shaky double up of the ground. They're confused with the defense, but not so much for a score. 2 minutes on the clock and ticking down. Noah tries to catch this one towards the opposite side of the pitch. So get some assistance. Bear cannot keep up with the push. About to enter the 90 seconds on, and hey, being tied up, especially if you're LVC, when you had the lead, is way better than trailing in the 90 seconds on. Here comes the push, and yes, he uses the ball flick past 1. Cannot get the follow push. We'll try to just keep this one in enemy territory, but just gives it away inside the block.
And you can see it right there, right? An attempt at gathering the ball under control, but you have to stop it in the air. You weren't able to get around, and because of that, it's a problem. So we're seeing those individuals have a shaky start, and now at this point, I would say just start looking for those individual plays. Don't worry about trying to get a heroic, pass or an assist. Look for that individual play, almost like solo queue, because the team play is not working great. Low rotation back out, keep the ball on the other side. Mounties are looking to try and keep pace. Lebanon Valley wondering if this is going to go into OT, and it very well could be. Up on high, they get a little bit of a bump, a little bit of a touch, and it rolls into Lebanon's hands as Blarn gets the demo.
Oh, a little bit of a dragon traffic jam in the middle of the pitch. Demo just got to clean up. Thank God. Again, dirty work from behind. Trying to get some space between the ball and the opposition. Corner, pinch, ball. Nobody's going for that touch. That could have been a dunk. Here's Lebanon Valley. Decided so. Too much sauce in the corner. I get a play going, just getting some pressure. Here comes the breakaway. Gets past 1-0. The defense was not ready. Gets past 2-1. Demo down. But it's not easy enough to pressure. Near post is well covered. 26 to go. 100 yards in the distance. They give possession right back. 10-6 away from overtime. Drop down. Gets past 2 defenders. One last cover. The corner is their friend Mounties again. Stealing the game in the final moment.
And that one hurts more than you can possibly imagine. You see Bush going up high and said, hey, maybe this is a chance. Maybe I got the right call. But no, it went straight. And so well done by the Mounties. All they have to do is get this kickoff in good possession, and you're good. And it's almost an open goal, but now you got to juggle. Lebanon, I don't think, can do it. And Mounties, off of a break, have one of the more convincing goals of the series.
Usually unanswered scores are talked about because it means that they have plenty of goals between the opposition scoring and then you bouncing back. This time it was only 2 unanswered, and it still hurts. Like you said, add insult to injury because you had the lead. You started off with the right foot. You were actually on track, on pace to tie the series up, essentially pushing us into a PO3. And now, instead of all of that, Mounties, they will move on to match point. And because of a defensive mistake yet again, it was a misrotation, miscommunication. The defense got too jumpy, too panicky. They were too eager to close that gap in the breakaway because they know what those breakaways can lead to. And instead of closing the gap, you sacrifice 2 men, and none of them touched the ball. 2-1, game 2, 2-0 in the series, 5 minutes away from the sweep.
And I really want to point out that this is why I said, hey, get a little bit more individualistic, right? Yeah. Because you can't keep relying on mistakes of the opponent to manufacture your goals. We saw that in the first 3 that occurred. That last goal, the 4th one, was a well-thought-out individual play, I want to say, from Mounties. Yes, there were some mistakes, but mostly carrying the ball from side to side was beautiful. So right now, both teams need to identify that mistakes will not always happen. Misses like that on the ball cannot occur because now you leave your teammate in a rough spot. Thankfully, you have a little bit of backup, but that was so dangerous. Those are the moments that we're talking about. Good clearance out from XM.
MJ got blasted, but thankfully for them, the rotation, chef's kiss. That was gorgeous, because there was no other way to save that ball. Thanks to that, you still had Guzek on the board. Mounties thinking of sweeping Lebanon Valley of the dream run. Gonna make it all the way back. So the last 5 minutes of guaranteed Rocket League. Unless this gentleman gives us a little bit more of the series. Barnes will take advantage of the uncovered near post. Great pass. Actually, again, the best offensive play of the series. And they will strike first again. Let's see if they can hold on the lead this time.
It's getting better and better, Mitch. We are seeing it, right? Instead of an open net and a goal from there, it was a challenge on the ball to a pass to a goal. I'm loving this. If this continues, and again, we are seeing those makings of teams starting to have a grasp on this game here in this series. I love that fact. Both Mounties and Lebanon are showing that they are climbing the ladder step by step, maybe a little bit slower than necessary. That's going to be a shot on the corner. Most off the rim, but there it is. We're hybrid. Says, hey, we'll tie it up once again. The goals are coming faster and faster.
Oh, brother. This is where I draw the 4th wall and break it through, because this is where I say I love my job. This is wonderful. I love Rocket League. This is the best. One apiece in the first couple of kicks. And again, these are the best offensive plays we've seen so far, because that shot was beautifully played. And it was not a defensive mistake. You had to catch him off guard repeatedly. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Rule number 1, lock the cards together. Rule number 2, test the keeper. See what happens. You can be annoying and you can disrupt the rotation if you just keep on putting the ball towards the net. Here's another advance. Oh man, great air ball, but the follow ensues inside of the box. It gets denied as the first 90 seconds come and go.
I like this though. Again, Mounties are making strong attacks without leaving their goal open. We are constantly seeing at least one defender in net. And I appreciate this, right? Again, the goals that Lebanon have gotten have been stronger and stronger, but it still relies on a broken opportunity. They need that space from the Mounties to create that goal, but with the defender constantly in field position, it's working wonders. Noah even backing up their teammate, and Mounties not liking that demo and now having to force forward, a roll forward. It's inside of the goal and it won't happen. Mounties are on the verge of pushing to a lead.
Lady Luck playing for LVC, because that could have been disastrous. Instead, it's a beautiful double. Bush tactics takes the golden rule, the one above the rest. It's a goal for give and a goal against ya. Mounties, it's posterized 2-1.
That, Mitch, was by far the most clean goal we have seen. It was a break run from your goal side, and then it was perfect. That was a setup by XM. No one available on the Mounties side, though. Lebanon still up and feeling good. 2.5 minutes left. Still a full half to go. But Lebanon are looking better and better. Challenge in the air, still control over too much shots.
Oh man, there's a steal too, because you just escaped what could have been, again, the lead for Mounties when you started off on the right foot. Instead, you drive it 100 yards and you have the perfect shot off the double near post uncovered. It's that speed of the breakaway that gets them yet again. But over 2 minutes on the clock. 1 goal possession. Oh, brother. That huge whiff could have been important. Instead, they finally escaped their half. And Jace trying to make something happen on the side of the wall. The demolition will clear some space, but again, you give possession back. It's a 1v2, gets past 1, cannot get past 2. Hybrid will try to come in, create some extra pressure into the corner. Just banks it, see what happens. Too much sauce, gives it right back, middle of a pitch shot, off target, no way! Ooh. Imagine that redirect came through. It's MJ's again being a nuisance inside of the box. They finally escape. 90 seconds on, trailing by 1. It's a good scenario, not the best. Mounties 1-3.
Good clearance right there. That was a hard attack by the Mounties, by the way. About 3 shots on goal that just don't occur. And now the ball is in open field. Lebanon take advantage. Stalwart defense tactics work in their favor. Remember, in game number 1, they were the one that defended 3 goal attempts and then came out this time firing. Well done.
Traffic jam on that backboard too, because I believe MJ's could have had the flip to get that angle covered and got that shot off target, but instead they get bumped by their teammates. Cannot escape that terrible fate. 90 seconds on now, trailing by 2. This is worst case scenario. Mounties are saying goodbye to that sweep, putting those brooms away until next Halloween. Here comes another advance. This is awesome, by the way. Offense is your best defense. Keep on pushing. Lebanon Valley, do not back down. Do not park the bus, because that's when the best attacks come from. In 60 seconds are plenty of time to get 2 goals to the bottom of the net. You gotta be real careful, especially with the Mounties that have already a 2-0 lead in the series. You don't want to think that this one is said and done. You want to put that nail in the coffin, maybe a 3rd one on the board.
If they can, that's a chance. However, that's just right by the defender, and that one was just a good old one-on-one. I feel like very well done by Noah getting that pass. And look at this, it was just a shot. Lawrence with a little bit of a bad read, went low, could not go up high enough. And as you said, 40 seconds, more than enough time to go ahead and get that last goal. Maybe push to OT here, and Mounties do not want to go to a game 4.
Lawrence wasn't good in a good position to make that save, and again, I believe they sidestepped when trying to aerial towards the ball. 36 to go. Oh man, momentum. This is all about it. Mounties have it at the moment. Let's see if they can make the comeback happen. And another traffic jam. Bumper to bumper traffic shot. Slow one to near post. Unable to create some pressure, but again, still in dangerous territory. Gets back one. Open net. Hybrid gets it done. 3-3. 11-6 to go.
That was 3 team coordination. Look at that, the challenge by XM, and then Noah with the assist on the backboard, and Rare was ready to go. We wanted to see them take step by step, and Mounties seemed to be doing it. Well done.
Oh, brother. Not over till it's over. It smells like overtime, but maybe we can burn that in the oven as well. And the yards to go for the Mounties. Ball in dangerous territory is going to touch the ground. OT, it will be match point for Mounties. Lebanon Valley trying to create some reverse sweeps.
Alrighty. Magic on the board. Mounties mounting a comeback here. Lebanon Valley, all that they are fighting for. It's been hard. Let's see if they can push. They have the attack. Good triple block. A double block coming out here. Ball ricochets off to the side, and now it rolled in front of the goal. Ho, ho, ho. That was very, very scary. That could have been a shot on goal.
Early Christmas, huh? I love it. 36 in. By the way, guys at home, enjoy it. This is free Rocket League. We would have not gotten here if it wasn't for LVC. Just put it. No way. Double fake. 1 minute to go. 50. Redirect shield boost in the tank. Shot off target. Another follow-up off target. Same spot, actually. now with a little bit of spirit in the tank, they can't get the demo, but they start stealing the orbs. They're gonna get that boost away from them. You just need to keep on pushing, make sure that they don't get out of their half. Maybe you can catch them grounded. Demo, that's a great way to create some pressure.
The setup!
And Chase doing their best Jordan impression for the 3 Mountie sweep.
And that we saw the chase, we saw in the eyes of Mounties. We said they were getting better step by step. Game number 1, they went ahead and took a goal off of a break, right? We saw this flip up from Lebanon Valley. Game number 2, a little bit closer, good fast breakaways from the side of Lebanon, and then it was still Mounties to fire back. And then in game 3, it was 3 well-played, team-coordinated goals that gave them, number 1, the OT, and then number 2, the win.
I always sound like a broken record, but it's because this is a great track. And that series record is lying to you. It was not a sweep. It was very exciting, especially the last game. It went the distance in my mind. It's going to stay that way for a long time. Very valiant effort by LVC. Cannot finish the job, but you know what happens? Iron forges iron. And these are the replays that you need to rewatch time and time again, because not only are there mistakes and patterns that you need to protect for the future, but also there are many great takeaways when you started to find that rhythm and started to sing that song and make sure that you were in tune and you were hitting those steps and you were actually dancing to the rhythm of your opponent. You were a great show to watch. The thing is, though, it's a marathon, not a race. You gotta keep it consistent. And this time, it was not LVC's chance to shine. They will drop down to 0-5. Mount Aloysius, they will move on to 2-4, and they will keep on going in the season. We got many more matches to come. Another best of 5, and then another best of 5, and then another best of 5. Don't be lying to me. You're watching this on Twitch. Click that follow button and activate notifications. We're gonna go to a quick break, but we'll be right back. Welcome back to the NECC Week 7 stream. My name is Mitch Mosi. I think I get it right. Hang on. Yes. To my digital left, I got Relic. Relic, it's been the longest time. We got some Rocket League in front of us. Best of 5. But first and foremost, welcome to the stream. How are you feeling tonight?
Oh, I'm feeling great. This is going to be my first of 4. Listen, end of season, or at least end of regular season. I'm looking to stack up my evening. Fingers crossed we'll have something a little bit more competitive than the 3-0 sweep that we just saw together. But yeah, I'm really excited for the evening ahead as we head into the Great Plains B Conference. Got some champions coming up for you, Mitch.
Oh, I painted it purple. Ever since Rocket League, every time I see the word champions, it has to be purple. We got Washington U in St. Louis, very important and underlined, with a 2-3 record, taking on the Firebirds with a 3-2, mirroring each other's numbers, going into a best of 5. Very crucial this late in the season.
Yeah, so I've got the table up. There's permutations, folks. I do promise. The big series which is happening, we don't actually have on screen because UW River Falls and Oklahoma, they are on a 3-2 record along with Firebirds Gaming Club. One of those teams is finishing second, irrespective, just by the nature of how close everything is. But for Firebirds Gaming Club, they have a chance here against Washington University in St. Louis. Let's check out their rosters while we're covering all of this. They have a chance to go at least third. But in order to do that, Firebirds, they need to 3-0 sweep this team. Mystical Eyes, Ben, and Flash Piggy. Now, Washington University in St. Louis, they are sat on 2 and 3. They themselves have a chance to go and beat Firebirds in the table, but only one result is going to be able to get them that result, Mitch, and that's a 3-0 sweep. The casters don't want that, the audience want that, but that's the result that these folks are going to be gunning for.
We talk about Rocket League being a momentum esport, and it doesn't apply in between series, especially if you were not playing in the previous match, but we already had a sweep on stream. Maybe it could be a dream for Washington U to keep on that trend that will take on the Firebirds, 3-2 in their record. Let's check out their roster. This is the Champions Division for the Great Plains area division region. Thank you. English is hard sometimes. Firebirds Gaming Club. We got Vale, Sai, and Pincer. Let's see what they bring to the table because it's going to be very important for them to keep up that momentum. They got a positive record. They don't want to lose it to a 500 one.
Yeah, they find sweeps hard to come by, but this team is actually, with the exception of their series against Mizzou Esports, if I remember correctly, Mizzou sweeping everybody. Like they are clearly the class of the division, cannot be caught. They are incredible. Tell me something new. Firebirds are really, really good, though. They've beaten Oklahoma, currently third place, could be second place by the end of the evening. They took game UW River Falls, the only other team to beat them this season, apart from Mizzou Esports. So make no mince about it, folks. Firebirds Gaming Club are absolutely the favorites to go into this one. But a reminder that for both of these teams, they're kind of looking at 3-0 sweeps. Otherwise, it's a nothing series. So I'm really hoping for an ultra aggressive opening game. Usually the most anomalous of games, even in the best of 7, we tend to see teams trying to build their way into it. More mistakes come out in game number 1 than at any other point during a series. Statistically speaking, those mistakes simply cannot happen if either of these squads want to achieve what they want to achieve.
And once we move on, if we move on to a 1-1 record in this single matchup, again, like you said, it's going to be heartbreak for both rosters, but at the same time, it's going to be for bragging rights. And this late in the season, it's very important to have those spirits up because you want to move forward and you want to keep that energy and that mental intact because it matters most. That's why they call it the race. Out of it, it's done. It's a new whole era and campaign when you move on to playoffs. Double elimination, single elimination, what have you. Washington University Firebirds Gaming, best of 5 ahead of us. We've got plenty of Rocket League action, at least 15 minutes of it. Let's see who takes these boosters off of the board. First attempt, we said middle of the box, nowhere to be found. Ben will try to take it towards the sideline. Denied middle of the air. 36 have come and gone, and Relic, you and I have seen our plenty of share of Rocket League. This is a fill-up process, but it's a very fast-paced one, to say the least.
Off the backboard, Firebirds Gaming looking to break, but here's Flash Piggy moving forward. gets rid of the ball. Panzer able to get onto this, helped out by Ben. But very much a bit of a crisscross here. Lots of disruption plays, lots of interception plays, but this is the best chance at net, and it is sunk succinctly by Vale. 1-0 Firebirds.
I love this shot. The patience behind it. They recognized that they had time and space. It was essentially a penalty kick. Actually, it was a direct kick because he was shy of the box and realized that the goalie was protecting near post. Smartly so. Thing is, though, that killer 90 angle is always going to get to your Firebirds up by the minimum. Let's see how Washington bounces back.
Yeah, they got themselves a nice early lead, and that's exactly what we were expecting, perhaps, given their previous records. Washington University, thankfully for them, have the lion's share of the game now to get back into this, and I think they're going to be slightly disappointed. They had a lot of pressure in that final third, just unable to select the correct knife to slice through the proverbial butter.
90 seconds will come and gone, and this will be the second one for the Firebirds. Dustin will come in the nick of time. A little bit of a traffic jam inside of the box. A beautiful miscommunication by the defense, but great bump to make some space. The real estate will be found. 2-0. Oof, Washington University struggling.
That's a really nice, aggressive play, though. Great to see the timing of the demo on the song. Definitely suggests good comms for me, Mitch. Firebirds, what did I say? In game number 1, you got to turn up and you got to play like you mean it. And already we're seeing exactly why this squad has done so well. But what a great response from Washington University. Just over 3 minutes 20 left on the clock. It's a beautiful infield pass from Ben. Vale completely misreads it. Panzer reads it like a book. 1-goal game.
Yeah, you can call this one on the shooter, but man, the assist, that was beautiful to get it off of the wall that close to the net. The cross towards the box is always going to be difficult to protect against. Oh man, Flash Piggy have to become a hero for the time being. About was bouncing dangerously inside of the box. Finally, they get it away and out of harm's way. 3 minutes on the clock, ticking down. Catch, trying to take it towards the other side. Piggy chased away, and not only is a fast-paced game in front of us, but also a very aggressive one. Bumps and demos left and right. Like a battlefield on the pitch side, trying to create some magic from the corner. Cannot find the double. Finally, we'll get a touch, but Firebirds will cease to have the possession. Washington University going for a 50, dead in the middle of the pitch, and so we'll have to rotate wide. Beautiful infield pass. Flash Piggy was there to protect. Again, another follow by the defense to clean up. Halfway mark already passed. Washington U still trailing by 1.
But it is only 1. Very important to note this. Washington University, it was sink or swim time. And they swum with aplomb. But they still got to find another 1. You know me. I do love my rhymes. Not sure I can think of anything on the spot that rhymes with Firebirds, but I tell you what I can see is a ball loitering in front of an empty net. Flash Piggy tried to get it over Datsun. That's a really nice read. What about Panzer? Picks up the flip reset, but the ball escapes him. Ben has to go up. Shepherd this to the side. Double commit, though. That's a great opportunity for the Firebirds. Stomped on by Flash Piggy. Ingenious in the defense.
I'm not entirely sure how Piggy found themselves in that situation. Exactly where they needed to be. Land on the ball. Create a 50 because the double commit was going to kill their comeback attempt. As we approach in 90 seconds on trailing by 1. This is not the worst thing that can happen, but that double fake will be side 3-0. Not even in the last 90 seconds.
Sai had his opponents looking to the sky, wondering where it all went wrong. It's the initial fake that doesn't just catch out that front defender, but catches out the man on the line. And when the man on the line is stuck like a deer looking into headlights of an onrushing car, there's not much more they can do. The attacker has them at their mercy, and Sai does not lie, but neither does Flash Piggy here. Only truths spoken on this field, and the truth is that Panzer wins an excellent challenge. Flash Piggy on it like a whippet. Sai completely misreads the ball there. Valiant attempt to try and block it away, of course, but Washington University not going down without a fight.
And that one should have given them the benefit of the doubt. They thought that they were not going to get to the ball faster than him, and instead they will sink the second goal of the match, inching closer to a tie ball game, looking for a double attempt off near post. Finally, they'll crawl out of their own box. Ben goes back for boost, but will actually give the possession right onto the defense. finally they can get some touches on the corner, but they're not escaping their own hand. Firebirds doing what they do best. Offense is your best defense. Milk the clock. Make sure you keep the ball away from them, because who needs the ball? They need the ball. Shot off target here, posting out, and the defense attempt almost makes it into an own goal. 45 seconds to go.
That's so unfortunate. We have to praise the defense of the Firebirds, but maybe a little more mustard on that shot, and it's 3-3. No need to worry, but there is need to worry now. Ben, round the goal! Beautiful readjustment. Look at his starting position here, Mitch. It's not great. Complete flummox in the midfield for the Firebirds, but Ben, great connection on that ball over the top of side once again. In net, nothing he can do about it. 3-3 on 33.
Oh, banger. Magic number so far. Let's see if we're going to free Rocket League, or some of these Rocketeers have a say in the last couple of ticks. You don't want to see triple zeros on there. And be on the defensive stand side, loses the possession. Slash Piggy. Just a nuisance behind the action. We use all their boosts to kill this one. Unfortunately, again, loses the marble. 10 ticks to go. Firebirds need to cover the entire pitch. Bale would just bang it. Up high, Flash Piggy trying to get it. Yet another 50. Oh, 3v1. But thankfully, his dad son will try to just avoid this one from going the opposite way. Triple zeros, but with a plus, we're going to overtime, Relic.
Of course it was going to be an overtime. Of course it was going to be a 3-3 overtime. So much on the line. 3 really is the magic number. But it's going to be a 4th goal that breaks the deadlock between these two. And tell you what, Washington University looking by far the better team. Panzer back pass. Round. Oh my goodness, and almost in. Ben whacks that inside post, not for the first time today, down the other end. Firebirds not given much joy either.
Oh, they wish they had that shot back, because it'll retaliate immediately if you forget to score that goal. Immediately reminded what you should have. The push is really aggressive, but Firebirds cannot escape with an OT victory. Looking for a bump, cannot even find the demo. The speed was there. Supersonic attempts to go at the defense, create some real estate. Oh, Vale almost takes this one away from their team. And double attempt corner finally. It's Ben who will backflip for the save. First minute of overtime has been full of action. Somehow, some way, both teams survive.
Firebirds thinking very smartly in their attacking interplay. That's a pretty nice pop-up, actually. What a read by Sai. Backing on target. Nobody's home. Flash Piggy has become the wolf to blow this house down.
Oh, man. And Ben, the MVP of that play. Getting that demo. Disrupting the rotation. Emptying the net. Firebirds. Oh, what thought was a victory. Washington will steal it away in OT. They'll move on to 1-0 in this series. One step closer to getting that sweep that they need to get things on their way. But man, this is going to be a tough series to be a sweep, especially with what we just witnessed in game number 1.
The only thing going in the favor of Washington University is that they looked the better team for like the last 2 minutes of regulation time, and they ultimately got the goal. Yep. That's the only thing going in their favor. I mean, look, for the Firebirds, third is out the window. You got to protect your top 4 now. Even one game win will do that for them.
Let's see what they bring to the table. We're talking about it with Orbital last series. It's not about the teams that go undefeated. It's about the teams that bounce back. Firebirds have the golden opportunity in front of them. See what they can do after trailing early in the series. Sai in the corner, immediately challenging this dribble. But Flash Piggy somehow, some way walks away with a possession. Vale will cut that effort. He advanced deep into blue territory. Sai from the heavens will try to drop it down. It seems like we do not stop in between games. It seems like we do not have another kickoff from game 1 to overtime, and now from game 1 to game 2. The pace is just going faster and faster by the pixel, by the frame per second, Reddick.
2 teams at the top of their game. You love to see it. I don't think that the high goal count is indicative of poor defense either. It's just 2 teams playing very well, and 2 teams who have now had a full semester to synergize. And Vale gets Firebirds that second go-ahead goal.
A laser beam. Look at this one, because there was a goalie. This is the prime example, or the immediate comparison from football to Rocket League, where the goalie just holds their hands because the shot is just that good and that much power is behind it. 1-0 Firebirds is the start that you wanted, but can you hold on to the lead this time?
not quite the Phoenix story just yet. They're not exactly that down and out Firebirds, but going to be a really nice shot in the arm to say, hey, we got one back. Washington University have started this game well, so at least we are still finding the back of the net on our own terms. Really nice defensive play here by Vale. That's the throw downfield.
Nice.
Big time though. Flash Piggy with the pop-up.
Nice.
Oh, that's a run ahead by Ben going for the bub. Look at the double tap. It's Flash Piggy. Oh, a bit too sharp an angle. Mitch too sharp.
I'm throwing a box again in front of me, even though I'm not on camera, and I'm pushing right through. Huge punch from your boy Mitch. I'm breaking the fourth wall. I love my job. Rocket League so much fun. That drill was amazing. And it was so much tension. It was cinema. As the kids say nowadays, 1-0 Firebirds. They're getting barraged with offensive opportunities by Wash U. 3 minutes on the clock and ticking. 50 attempt in the corner of the box. Fail. Gets this one until the opposite side of the pitch is all blue side. Gotta redirect this one back towards their teammates. They get beat to the ball. Now deep into orange. Again, Vale behind the action. From the ceiling will get 15. Sai will get beat to the ball. This is a huge opportunity for the equalizer. Nice attempt for the dog down. Instead, it's the defense who are still panicky. Cannot get behind the ball. Finally, let us slow it down a little bit. Let's slow down the rhythm because I don't think I've seen a single car go below supersonic this entire series, and it's for a good reason. You get small windows of opportunity. You gotta think past them. Wash you ties it up.
Firebirds had put the safety hats on, but the construction zone simply wasn't finished in time. Sai back to the ball. Horrid place to be in when you got to try and essentially just spike it 90 degrees upwards. Never going to happen, especially when the car's momentum wasn't stopping. And Washington University, much like game number 1, growing into things, looking the better team as time goes on. That's another excellent demo play, but this time Washington University alive to it.
And you gotta get shades of that first score here in game number 2. It was exact same positioning and everything. Shot, powerful shot to the middle of the net. Instead of trying to be playful and put it towards the corner, just put it away. Put it in the middle of the pitch if need be, but at least not the bottom of the net. About to enter the 90-second zone. Tied up ball game. Flash Piggy. Bad touch in the corner, and this will leave the net up empty for Vale. They'll take advantage of the situation. They'll find a mistake and punish it. 2-0 Firebirds.
Yeah, the only Vale on the pitch at the moment, apart from this man who puts it away, was the cotton wool that was pulled over the eyes of the Washington University defense. Just a moment of panic there as an awkward ball out the corner simply isn't dealt with, and Firebirds Gaming able to pounce on that opportunity with 90 seconds and change left. It's a good time to score, decent time to score, but not the best time to score. It's still a very fragile lead. Maybe Sai will go for the bump. Ben having absolutely none of it. Still dangerous. Excellent fall from Datsun, but Flash Piggy throws it away.
I feel like I'm barely starting to watch Rocket League at a high level because I don't know what's happening on the pitch. Everything's going too fast. In the 90 seconds, I'm trailing by 1. Washington University somehow, somewhere, they escape only trailing by 1. And they're too jumpy on defense, but at least Firebirds are not as accurate or deadly when it comes to finishing the job in the corner. Bounce. Sai is patient. They will actually let Vale go. Go ahead for a 50 in the corner. Flash B will back down, try to catch it. A little bit too hesitant for their purpose. Again, Daston will try to get something going on the sideline. Finally get some cleanup, but cannot escape. They don't have Washington University. Will get the angle, but not on target. The breakaway is very dangerous here. You're trying to stick everything to the wall. See what works. The thing is, though, you're still only trailing by 1. You don't want to create too much separation. Corner bounce shot on target. Gets past two side. Will back onto that one. Beep, beep, beep. Excuse me. Still leading by 1.
Halloween's done. But that was the biggest scare that we've had all night. Loitering in front of the net, but no one there to put it home. Firebirds Gaming surviving for now. Double commit. A bit of a conflagration there in the middle. I don't even know if that's a word, but it's something I'm sure that the Firebirds Gaming squad would have been saying. That's the clear they were looking for. That's the third goal they desired. And their desires have come true. The sweep has been denied, Mitch. Nobody goes home happy at the end of this series.
To the fans. Come on, the audience, the booth. We get extra
all of us
Rocket
go
League.
home
The Firebirds are essentially turning this one into a best of 3. To Washington's sake, that goal, which was inevitable, it was only a matter of time, came in the last 5 seconds. You had to push forward. You had to be aggressive. You had to go all out because that's what it takes to break the Firebirds defense. But thankfully, it was at the very end and not at the very beginning where it made it even harder for them to tie it up. You tried it all. You failed. All right, we'll give up a goal. I guess we'll lose by 2. Tie it up a ball game, 1-1 in the series. Oh, man. And if anything I've watched so far when it comes to Rocket League has taught me anything in life, this next game is more defining than the rest of the matchup.
Yeah, but it's much more in favor of Firebirds now. I think that was a really mature performance. So, okay, yes, you go a little bit too defensive and you do eventually concede an equalizer, but they very much played Washington very much played into the Firebirds' hands because eventually they knocked on the door hard enough where, okay, they managed to find their way in, but then they got to the next room and they kind of struggled. They huffed and they puffed and they didn't get that goal. Firebirds Gaming got the counter opportunity to score what was ultimately the game-winning goal. And then Washington University forced into those frustrating overplays time and again. For me, what will reignite my interest in their drive towards a series win is by getting the go-ahead goal here in game number 3. But Firebirds Gaming have got a very strong pedigree at starting these games successfully, and they were almost close to a first within the first 30.
Well, first 30 seconds, and again, nobody is slowing down, and maybe, just maybe, Wash, you can get back on track with a little bit of help from Lady Luck. Beautiful 50, and actually Lady Luck had nothing to do but just best wishes.
It really
that
didn't.
was so smart to just slow down the 50 attempt. They think that you're gonna take it either high or flip onto the ball. Just break, a little break check never hurt nobody. 1-0, Wash U.
Lady Luck also isn't responsible for team bumps, Mitch. And that's how the Firebirds Gaming defense disappeared. Panzer did not know anything about that. I am removing the ability to for him to have a say, as we have also removed ourselves from the game, it seems.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Server. Hopefully we will be back very soon indeed to figure out what the score is ultimately going to be. But we can at least talk about Washington University and Flash Piggy in particular, who really punished that situation, that mistake from the Firebirds defense beautifully to get that go-ahead goal. They've got something to work with, Mitch. To be fair, a rare situation for Washington, having to stay ahead in defense.
Yeah, I want to go back to that play. I'm not entirely sure how Pincer got the best out of it. Like you said, they had no business. They had business going up there. They didn't know what was going to happen. They could have owned goal, as far as I know. And so on, somewhere, they pinched it with the crossbar, near post and out. I'm not entirely sure what happened. I think they hit the crossbar, it bounced onto them, hit the post, them again, and then out. But back onto the game we go. Wash U winning by 1. Firebirds. This is not a good look so far because they're not able to get past the first man on defense. Finally, some clearance. Winning up. Let's see if Ben can get it past any defender that actually make 2 jump inside of the sticks. But not for long. Flash Piggy has to come in and keep it in enemy territory. Clearance finally by Firebirds. They try to equalize it here, but to no avail.
Loving these big Route 1 clearances from Washington University. Doesn't have to be pretty, but that most certainly is. Sign me up, throw me the Valentine's card, Sai, because this has got me swooned. It's a bit of a doomsy dish.
I love me some dishes. Not do them, just eat them. Especially either named Doomsy. 1-1. 1 apiece as we enter the second half. We could have played only a 2:30 game of Rocket League as we're back to a tied ball game. That Sun will get it past 2, almost bounces it off the ground and on target. Goes wide to Washington's luck. 50, Hundo, 150 shot on target, 2 there. Excuse me, 2-1. What is going on with his offenses? Washington will take him down.
What are these muscles? Sai rides 2 challenges, but it sets up Ben perfectly. Like, as soon as that first challenge comes in, there's got to be a call. Someone get back.
Yeah.
Get back. Nobody heeded the call. Where was Gondor when the Westfold fell? The answer is not there. Not anywhere. Washington University 2-1.
Yeah, Firebirds seem a little bit sloppy these last 2 scores against them. That's Piggy shadowing the play, finally intervenes. We'll get an unfavorable 50, but thankfully for them, Ben was on the rotation trying to get this one out of harm's way. Side gets denied in front of the crossbar. Finally, Washington trying to escape through the sideline. Ben has a space, realistic boost and a dream. Flip reset, tries to find the angle, cannot convert that into a bump. Insert in the corner, great 50. Maybe a follow-up there for the drop down. We'll rotate all the way around to the orange half and finally deep into the blue ocean. Flash Piggy pinch. Double commit. Nobody touches the ball. Side is a good look towards the net. But the backboard will be covered. They'll escape through their own. And 90 seconds on again. Only a one possession game. Firebirds would love to have another say and get another tally in the series. 50 mid-air, going for the double uncontested. The crossbar will assist in the block. Fail ties it up.
The first challenge isn't what loses them this goal here. Flash Piggy does his job. To be fair, as does Panzer. It's got to be saved by Ben. It has got to be intercepted by Ben. And that lack of an interception is exactly what the Firebirds were looking for. 2-2, 60 seconds left on the clock. And we were asking the question at the beginning of this series, at the beginning of this game, Mitch. How do Washington University defend when they're ahead? The answer is not very successfully, or not as successfully as they would like.
I presume your words were gonna be they don't. I started giggling.
They try.
Yeah. They're there. They're in the server. 2-2. 46 remaining Firebirds under fire. They cannot escape their own half. Finally, Side gets a 50 that goes directly onto their teammate. Flash Big is already up there. Gonna get this one back onto orange. Flip reset is missed. This could have been a huge opportunity for Pincer, where we see that on clear it. Side stays behind it. Another 50. Beautiful 50 actually, but does not come. Dotton will actually just dive right in and give up their positioning on the field. Ben high up third rope, cannot drop down towards the net. Last 10 seconds. Brings it towards the corner. Bounce cannot be read by the offense. 3, 2, 1. Last advance. This needs to go a 50-yard shot on target. Double commit. And if there's no more pushes to be had, this will be a clearance that will touch the ground. Pincer with overtime relic. We don't talk about that. Overtime it is.
Life flashing before your very eyes. Oh my god, Panzer. Good lord. How close do you want it? And now they're panicking. That moment of, oh goodness me, is not a great nerve settler going into an overtime, especially when Datson's on the charge. It was Ben, not Panzer, I should say, who missed the ball. Sai misses the ball. Datson doesn't, but Panzer gets a piece of it off to the side by Flash Piggy. Ben's got to get a handle on the situation, doesn't commit, and it's a good thing that he didn't, goes far side.
Sometimes those 3 seconds in between kickoffs are too much. It kills momentum, it kills the rhythm. This time it was too little. You needed an hour break after that whip, because that was a little bit too close, but thankfully for WashU, the game still is ongoing. Ben demos a little bit of defense. It spawns right under the ball to Washington University's misery. They'll try to push in that same corner. Ben high up will try to drop it down though. It is contested immediately. Backtracking onto that ball side. They'll get it out of harm's way. They'll get a shot on target. They'll turn the negative into a positive. And here comes the follow-up. Dangerous and away from the net. It still makes 2 goalies jump. They know how dangerous a bounce can be, especially in the first 90 seconds of both teams. They don't want to lose their opportunity to move on to match point. Again, Datsun gonna get something going. Infield pass. Wow, last second. Ben will put this one away.
Strap on the cape. Superhero moment. Big save. Big moment. 90 seconds of overtime in. What a redirect. What a save from Vale. Acrobatics at the back off the line. But that's swallowed so kindly for Ben. Goes cross post. And his size straight at him.
Dang, it's that open net mystery. It was not open, but you try to just kill it in the middle, but there was a man there, and there's another one following it up. Somehow, some way, Washington, you had the 2 clearest opportunities to take this overtime, and instead, Firebirds survive. They're still pushing. Pincers are waiting for a cross. They cannot get it. They would just flick it past and away from them. Flash Piggy behind the action, side in the corner. Tries to create a breakaway opportunity. They just want a little bit of space. Regroup. Gather. some thoughts and maybe get something going. Soft touch. Finally, they can escape. That's a bad clearance, and finally Ben will catch the angle. It's that push. It's a domino effect that makes them catch the defense off guard. Washington moves on to match point.
Datsun just gets tripped. And Ben, all he has to do is lift that over the final defender, and it's as good as home. Washington University. Match point. I've got to say, so impressed with Ben in particular, to be moments away from the biggest mistake of the series thus far, to making a huge save, which buoys your teammates on, or buoys your teammates on. I realize we're in America land. I do apologize. But you buoy your teammates on to like, oh wow, we really can do this. It's a placebo effect. That mentality really does make a difference, especially in an overtime situation. And now they are just 5 minutes and any extra change away from getting themselves their final win of league play. Could be a big one.
I was trying to draw the smallest redemption arc, but that was it. That you were almost feeling the agony of defeat at your own hands or wheels, and fortunately for you, you were responsible for the overtime goal to move your unit on to match point. 5 more minutes at least of guaranteed Rocket League. Let's see if they give us a little bit of free gameplay. First 10 seconds, again they just pick up wherever they left in the corner, already in the offensive charge and lead.
It's going to be the breakaway. Not for too much longer, though. Flash Piggy. He was the man to open up the scoring in game number 3. And he's demoed for even thinking to do that. Ben also demoed in clearing the ball, but forces Datsun all the way back to home. Picked up that 100 boost, but doesn't get a great launch off the backboard. Maybe looking to hand this off. Runs out of boost completely. Went all of nowhere. Does at least get to the halfway line, though, which sets up a good counterattack here from Vale. Defense from Flash Piggy. Sai infield, but there's no one there to put it home.
First minute of regulation, and I don't want to put my money on this one, but I think this is the longest we've gone without a score. Great save by Pincer, who had no choice but just bang it toward the side. Hopefully it's not an own goal. Host will assist in the clearance. Vale will pinch it away. Flash Piggy cuts that effort in advance. Sai will try to pick up exactly where they left, and actually will follow it up. Cannot get that one on target, but Firebirds behind the action. Another follow-up. Great choice to not go for that ball. They would have sacrificed the entire back line. And now Ben will try to create some offense. Man, that's another giveaway for their possession. 90 seconds have come and gone. Vale will try to take it the entire way themselves and make one-man jump. Datsun will try to make a second one. They'll try to look for the double or dunk. Cannot find it. Third time's the charm. Sai from the heavens cannot finish the job. They'll get bumped out of the possession, and finally it's Washington's ball to play.
A lot of wing play, Mitch. A lot of wing play. Finding absolutely nobody. These infield passes are going into no man's land, and eventually Datsun's just looked at the situation and thought, well, maybe I should just start in the middle and go straight down their throat. Lovely play. Sai was going for the cover. Panzer had to jump, and to be fair, if he didn't jump, then there wouldn't even have been a hope of a save. Firebirds with the go-ahead.
I think it was Ben who overcommitted on that push. They were not expecting the ball to be given right back to the defense. Even if it wasn't, I don't think that was their ball to play. And that just left a 2-on-1. That did not even need it to be passed. That just was a direct flick on target. And now this one, again, misrotation by Washington. They want to go to 5. Firebirds 2-0.
So Panzer loses the race here. That's all right. Where was everyone else? I guess if you're going to apply blame to anyone, it would be Flash Piggy, who I guess was assuming that Panzer was going to win the challenge, or at least force a neutral. Very bizarre, but it's the same story for Washington University. They're caught out, like you say, Mitch, on the rotation. They're now 2 down. And that's not a scoreline in terms of goal differential that we've seen much this series. So with halftime, it's all for Washington University to do.
Yeah, especially this early in the meeting, first half, all for Firebirds. Here it comes, maybe the goal that will cut that lead in half. Cannot even get it on target or powerful enough to create danger. Flash Piggy looking for a bump. Cannot get even a touch on the defense. Ben will try to just be annoying in the corner. 0 boost to work with. They'll best one of the defenders. Now Pincer finally catches it and tries to kill it again. They're very low, coming off of a non-attack somehow, some way. They cannot create a breakaway opportunity. They actually, Ben needs to make some space so they can recover and steal pincers. Zero boost is going to get ugly. Firebirds notice. This is going to be a long tier for Sai. Oh, tank, of course it is. About to enter the 90 seconds and trailing by 2, but it seems like Washington U are getting the match point jitters.
Flash Piggy. Too strong with Sai. Panzer's got to come around. They lose out that 100 boost. You can see it taken below them by Sai. Ben, through the storm, finds a bolt, but it's well conducted by Firebirds Gaming, throwing the wand around. The orchestra is singing their symphonies. Another clear. But that's all we can talk about when it comes to Washington University. They're not conceding anymore, Mitch. They're clearing, but they're not doing much else.
Yeah, the threats are not there. This is quantity, not quality. In the last 50 ticks, especially against this Firebirds defense, it's a brick wall. You cannot try and take him out brick by brick. There's not enough time in the world, especially not on the clock. Flash Piggy would just bang it up. Ben is too far up ahead. The pass is not powerful enough. It just milks 15 seconds off of the clock. Shaving tick by tick. This is going to be Firebirds game for the taking. Double attempt, uncontested, wide. Maybe because why not? It's still going to be wide. 30 seconds. I've seen crazier things happen, Bellic, but Washington University is just not playing at the Firebirds level right now. You're going to have to depend on mistakes, but with this little time, I don't think Firebirds going to allow it. From the heavens, Ben cannot get a touch. Washington loses the ball yet again, probably their last possession of this game.
Good recycle from Panzer, but Ben doesn't know about it. Through the middle is Vale. Vale to put it away! And that is surely Game 5 locked in. It all seems so simple. Washington University, well, I couldn't agree with you more, Mitch. Match point jitters, everything seems... Oh, I mean, at the moment, everything that they're doing seems all but simple.
Yeah, with what we've seen so far, this is the most uncharacteristic we've seen either roster be on the pitch. They're just not consistent. I don't want to say that they're not confident. I don't want to try getting their heads or anything. Firebirds, stellar job when you are not only losing in the series, but you have to win this one to make it go the distance. You did what you had to do. And somehow, some way, Washington University just went out there expecting for this game to be won by itself. I don't know exactly what happened, but they were not at their best. And Firebirds were. And that's a horrible combo going up to match point. Let's see if that resets a little bit of the mentality heading into this game number 5.
Well, I mean, that first goal, I literally picked up on it. Like, you've got a lot of wing play, which is how we've seen both of these teams playing. But then Vale just decides, forget passing infield. I'm going to be the infield. And that really works because they find themselves quite fortuitously in a 2v1 situation, which is always going to favor the attacking team. Doesn't matter in terms of numerical advantage or whatnot. Or sorry, it does matter. But when it's a 2 attacking 1, I should say, that should result in a goal every single time. But then what happens thereafter is that it seems like it's not like the communication's breaking down for Washington, but their passes are so easily telegraphed, also visibly telegraphed. The Firebirds Gaming are finding these interceptions and disruption plays easy pickings. And with a 3-0 scoreline going into game number 5, they got to be pretty hopeful that they're going to complete the job now.
We talked about this one going supersonic the entire series. It seemed like at some point or another, Washington one is going to start to lose a little bit of that pace. It's a marathon, not a race. Let's see how stamina plays into this one. Game number 5. 30 seconds already in. Plenty of physical action on the pitch. Pincer who tries to take the first shot at net. Fail. No man's land. Will pinch it towards the ground and actually make it go the 100 yards. Washington, not only, of course, do they want to win, they need to score first because they're not comfortable trailing. Firebirds are going to make this one a nightmare crossbar now, but this could be a follow-up. Nope. Instead, he just failed, puts it towards the corner and out.
Oh, gotta feel bad. Gotta feel bad on both counts. Panzer absolutely right to go for the power more than the accuracy. It's just such a shame that the ball doesn't ricochet in off the crossbar rather than out away from the crossbar. And then on that next point, Ben doesn't want to inadvertently save the shot, but he also doesn't end up getting the demo, which would have converted the shot. So that's much better from Washington University. Those are 2 really good looks at net. Stay responsible in your own half. Keep that goal mouth empty of shots and find those counter opportunities, and that goal will come sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I definitely feel the chemistry has been brought back. I don't know if there was a speech on there or they all just noticed that last game just was not it. Chief, Washington behind the action yet again. Firebirds though will get it from the corner. Sai will push all the way onto deep enemy territory. Maybe we can get something going from this possession. Drop down, makes man jump. Looking for a 50. Actually, they're just making veil dance, like shooting bullets towards their feet, putting their knees high up in the air, but nothing really happening. Nothing really too threatening at the very least. About to go into the second half, and I'm confident in saying this is the longest we've gone without a score.
Sai's getting a little bit... what's the word? Sai's getting a little bit ranked. It's the sort of player who thinks that they can try anything because they can believe in themselves that much. And there is a fine line between doing that and looking like a legend, and doing that and looking like a jester in the middle of a court, made to look the fool. Oh, Ben. Big save. Good thing he was on the line. Navigates their way past Datsun. Panzer past Sai. Another demo from Sai. Bale goes crossfield. Interception from Flash Piggy. Sai demoed. That opens up the shooting lane. But Sai... Sorry, not Sai. My apologies. Datsun closes it down. Panzer going to the backboard now. Much better from Washington University. But ring around the rosies they go. They cannot commit to that shooting chance.
The level of cohesion out of Firebirds right now is just beautiful to see. This is the tape that you study over and over again if you're going against them. And these are the replays that you try to go back to if you're not playing your best. Firebirds, they create something out of literally nothing. And that something is very dangerous for Washington. They escape yet another situation inside of the box. 3 on everybody. Let's see if they can make a play happen. They just go for a 50 through the corner. They find the angle. Great clear. Create some separation. And actually, it turns into a breakaway. Bumped away. Sai will be into the corner. They steal a boost. Let's see if that can create an opportunity for some offense to keep on pushing. But they will actually just lose all possible scenarios as the ball is deep into Washington's wheels. Let's see if they can get a 50. Pincer gets beat yet again. Last 6 ticks to go. From the corner. Cannot get a touch. But maybe the follow-up will do inside of the box. Yet again denied. Going back into simple attacks. Let's see if that pays off, or they're playing into the overtime mentality. But Firebirds slow down. Washington have not picked it up. Great start. Man middle.
Firebirds Gaming desperate not to overcommit just because of this. Oh, woodwork.
Yeah.
Oh, under it. It's Flash Piggy with the breakthrough.
Not entirely sure what happened here with the defense, but it could cost them the series. A miscalculation up of the balance when you try to read it with ball cam on and it goes right over you. Disorienting the defense. It's difficult to get to the 50. And not only that, a double commit and you still don't get a favorable touch. That's going to be difficult to deal with this little time. Firebirds trailing by 1. That one will be enough with 20 ticks to go. 50. Middle of the pitch going dangerously towards the net. Oh, thought nobody was there. Squishy save. Almost looking for an air bump. Cannot find it. Flash Piggy, the hero in the closing moments. 10, 9, 8, 7. Drop down. Milking the clock. Pincer will go up. Cannot get the bump. It's a 2-on-1, but Flash Piggy will neutralize it immediately. It's going to be a triple. Blitz, backboard, no touch for the shot. Clear that one away. Washington will take the best of 5.
Double commit, Firebirds Gaming. All they had to do was have one person challenge, one person on the follow-up. That's an easy put away. That's overtime, baby. And those are the mistakes that see Firebirds Gaming finish 4th. So not 5th, of course. They're not in the lower half of the table. But 4th is not what they could have gotten. And so going into the next semester, or even going forward, I'm not entirely sure as to how all of like the playoffs are sorted out. In previous years, it was like top 4 and each group make their way through. I'm not sure whether it's a little bit more brutal, a little bit more cutthroat this time. But irrespective, Mitch, looking into next year, good team, really good team, but far too many mistakes. And fair play to Washington. Of course, like we can talk about the mistakes, but Washington doing really, really well. They just need to learn to start games better, for my money, because if they start games better in both 1 and 2, this series is over well before game number 5.
Yeah, start strong, finish stronger, and that should be the mentality moving on to later stages of the season. Both squads will leave today with a 500 record, and I mean they just gave us a great series to watch.
Yep.
It was not a huge effect on the table, but at the very least, it was a series that went the distance and entertained everybody at home. You at home that you're watching this to Twitch. Click that follow button, activate notifications. We got plenty of Rocket League coming your way, but that will be after this quick break.
Well, hello, friends, and welcome back to the NECC. It's final week. It's Rocket League. What place would you rather be? Especially when, I mean, look, I know I'm here. I'm Relic, by the way. But we have Galgan here. You know, Galgan's great. Everybody say hello to Galgan. I'm going to say hello to Galgan. My friend, how are you doing?
I'm going to say hello to Galgan too, because I want to. I feel like that's very nice. I'm settled in to this Friday evening. I'm ready to have not quite a rude awakening, but I'm ready for some Rocket League. It's Friday night. You're right on it. What place would I rather be? Well, Midwest B is where I'd rather be right now, and that's where we find ourselves here of the Champions Division here in the NECC. It's a bit of a scrum at the bottom of the table, Relic, but it should still be very entertaining.
It should be. I've got to apologize to viewers. We've managed to tactically avoid the most important match in the group yet again. SIUC Black going up against Hoosiers Cream for the win of the entire group, but we're going to be focusing in on more humble settings. Mid-table is University of Illinois Springfield go up against Bethel University. Let's take a look at that Springfield roster first and foremost. They currently sit on 2-3, 10 game wins to 12 game losses. We've got Bektos, Get Overkilled, and Sloth-ish taking to the field. And their job is a pretty simple one, Gaugan. Get a win by as big a margin as possible and hope that Illinois Esports up in fourth, who are facing Illinois State University. Yes, we know it's confusing. They hope that they lose as much as possible. Their chances of a top four are slim, but they are there.
And you know what? With their coach Bektos on the field, I would hope that that big brain analysis is able to be applied in quick fashion here. They'll need it against their opponents, Bethel University. They sit below University of Illinois Springfield on the table, but only by one individual game if you're, disregarding the whole 2-3 versus 1-4 thing. At any rate, it's Real J Bay, Goose, and Georgie, I believe, playing for Bethel University here. Again, it's just sort of that momentum win that you kind of want to take. The records don't indicate the full story here. If Bethel get this win, then every bit of that script flips, and all of a sudden Bethel are the ones trying to sneak back into the top four at the end of the regular season.
Yeah, so, unfortunately for Bethel, it's a little bit of a stretch too far, given that their maximum output now is 2-4. As I say, it's proper confusing. We do apologize, folks. But long story short, Bethel University currently sits 7th under St. Ambrose Blue, who won against Michigan. Great save, by the way. They win 3-0. They should, emphasis on should, if my maths is correct, make it up to 5th. That's a great way to start from a brilliant save, Galgan, into an opening goal.
That's Georgie to start off. Pass from Goosey as well. Worth calling out that third player on Bethel. Not Real J Bay just yet, but Napier Legacy going to be making an appearance. And we've got Lightning McQueen as well. My goodness, Becky rocking that one early on. Dominus from Slothish looking for a double to try and respond here for the University of Illinois Springfield. You know me, Relic. Now I have to point out the various Springfields that exist here in the States. Illinois Springfield is probably the most well-known, I'd argue, and they want to make that name known as loud and proud as they can, equally very early on here.
Get over it, says Get Over. And indeed, he did go over the top of the final defender. U of I Springfield tie things up 1-1. What a very energy drink looking Merc, by the way. I don't think I've ever seen that decal on a car before. What I have seen is Get Over scoring, and Napier Legacy, who was the unlucky last soldier on the line, makes a save this time around. Get Over with a demo on Goosey. That's going in. Ka-chow! Said it for me!
Just had to let it go. I would have done the same thing. And of course, Becky has Life is a Highway equipped. We're going to move right past that, though, for fear of copyright infringement policies. Plenty of interesting car design choices here, though. And I think for Springfield right now, again, there's only so much we can read into the first minute of play, rather. But U of I Springfield, it's a solid start for them. I think I like their lockdown game a little bit better. You can see Bethel going for a bit more counters. It's not quite with the pace they need, and that pretty much is where it all falls apart. If you don't have that second and third touch on offense, well, U of I can just walk right on that.
This is the most Gen Z lobby I think I've ever seen in my life. Lightning McQueen, the Fortnite car, a Merc. What is next? What is next is what I ask. Also, low-key, I've heard murmurings that Lightning McQueen is genuinely, potentially a meta breaker. I don't know if that's the future I want to live in.
I'm interested because usually people clown on the Dominus hitbox, but I know that it was moved forward just to, have this car feel a bit better, as if you needed to feel any better while playing as Lightning McQueen. I think that's an instant buff to any level of confidence that you bring into the game. But again, whatever floats your boat or drives your Piston Cup winning car, I suppose, then fine by me.
Well, we're going to need no Meta D on this occasion. We can serve ourselves. Oh, that was a good one, wasn't it? That's not a good one, though. That's not a good one at all. Slothish into the challenge. Converts the OG 2-2.
It's Slothish with a Saliacious. Sorry, that was an incredible stretch. For
that's a stretch.
But listen, I had to go for it, Life
I
is
appreciate the
indeed a
ambition.
highway, and I want to go down as fast as possible. Whether or not that delivers me to making good jokes, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. It'll take me a little while to get there, as long as I don't run out of gas, but I don't know. We got some time. We got some time to really settle into it.
Listen, we ain't no train. We're 0 to 60 in no time flat, and we're already at half-time. Incredible to think that 4 goals have already been scored. No closer to finding a winner, but we're getting close to 1! Oh, a bit more time, a little more composure, and perhaps, like a prime fisherman, Jurgi could have fished this one out the net, but because they were hasty, the clearance into the post, it goes back in, and U of I Springfield have quickly wrestled back the lead.
Just as quickly as we had counted to 4, we had to prove that we can count more. 5 goals in half of the time of game number 1. Could it be 6? Georgie once more locked aside on the initial challenge. Again, I want to see a little bit more from Bethel on that second and third try. They haven't really been too hard-pressed to force that out just yet, play all of their cards. It's almost as if both teams are sandbagging just a little bit on both ends of the field.
Has to be said that Bethel University, they haven't actually had a legitimate series win for the entire season. That's right, their one series win was featured in a forfeit by the University of Michigan, the only team that sits below them now. This, perhaps one of their best showings of the season, perhaps a little too late to make an impact on the top 4, but it's a third from Napier Legacy, who keeps his and his teams alive in game number 1.
And it's a good look for Bethel to equalize, yes, but again, on the other side, defensively is where we're seeing these teams not quite warm up into it right now. The triangular positioning was solid from U of I, but they left the largest gap right across their goal line with 2 defenders wide and far away from the play. Not a recipe for success, especially when both of these teams are reading those midfield touches well enough to get a shot quickly on target, forcing some more awkward plays here out of U of I. Up in the sky went Napier, but unable to get the shot off. Georgie turns around, time ticks down. Bethel getting a little stronger as we go, but is it decisive yet?
Goosey will latch onto this, but not before Sloshes gets there first. Demoed for their interaction with the ball. That was too close for comfort. Another demo. Bethel University getting torn apart at the seams, but that is so crucial. Goosey, nothing about this is anything other than brilliant. High press from U of I Springfield, punished severely. Less than a minute for Bethel to get that first point on the board.
And they've got every right to make the high press happen. You've got Get Over and Slothish, both of the midfield line. Becky's even farther forward, 2 misses. That's all it takes. Any team can score in those circumstances, and Bethel certainly won't miss. Napier with a nice save here to keep the push going back the other side. Got 1 goal. All they need is some security, some lockdown, but here's a 3-on-1. What does Goosey do here? Ball gets taken up high, however, and it's not quite the decision that U of I had to bear with there. Goosey will miss. Georgie misses as well. 2 gone, 2-on-1. It has to be here, but a big save from Napier keeps them up by 1.
And now it's 2v1. Napier goes for the turnaround bump. Georgie slows it down a little bit too much. That's a shot. Rattles the crossbar. Napier Legacy. There's another shot. There's 2 in net. Saved away by Slothish. Get over's got to get this down to the other side of the field. Does so. Becky in field. Oh, and it's a buzzer beater. Would you believe it?
This is insane. An absolute banger of a game one, and it's put with a huge punctuation mark to the regulation time. We still get more Rocket League overtime, and it feels like anyone's game. For all the work that Bethel had done, all it takes is one chance, and we get to see a 9th goal and the decider here just at the beginning of the series.
So close, and yet so far, Bethel University, this would be huge. Through the corner, no second touch, but there's the shot, and Becky makes the save. Now to get back on track for Lightning McQueen, but all too soon, they're back in the defense. Napier Legacy through the corner. Here's the third player. A little bit too late, a little bit dollar short there. Slothish again running into traffic. Backboard. Becky, no clear connection. They are backed against their own line, and that is the result. The pressure unrelenting from Bethel University. 9-goal thriller ends in a victory for them.
And it's exactly what you expect when you watch that overtime in a little microcosm of its own existence and understand that Bethel had the rights to win that game. I think you make a case for U of I in some instances for making the comeback, trying to force their way back into the play and taking the play at their own pace. There were plenty of chances for both teams as well to get 2-on-1s going, 3-on-1s, and there were capitalizations and misses. It went both ways, truly. But at the end of the day, I think the defensive giveaways from U of I Springfield were just far too egregious for Bethel not to continually take advantage of that. And they proved it in the overtime by just not letting U of I get the ball whatsoever. And Bethel just kind of rolled along with that. And like you said, the pressure felt unbearable.
I think that some wise words of wisdom from the late Doc Hudson. Spoiler alert, by the way, I do apologize. Might not go amiss here for U of I Springfield. If you're going hard enough left, you'll find yourself turning right. And much in the same way, Galgan, U of I Springfield, in continuing to shoot and shoot and shoot, eventually opened up the defense to be scored upon and scored upon and scored upon again. Not that that matters too much. Malay in the middle. Ball could go anywhere. Goes into the back of the net. Ka-chow.
Sorry, you make a fantastic point, but the ka-chow is just a mental reset that just stunned me for like a solid 2 seconds, so I have to come back into it. It makes sense, right? And if you translate it to Rocket League and give it an offensive spin, if you shoot the ball hard enough, you're gonna end up making the defense confused. I get that that's a more positive outcome than the one Doc Hudson was trying to steer Lightning McQueen away, but before we get too deep into the Cars anthology, lore, philosophy, everything that they follow in that series, Goosey's gonna score a goal. Again, I think this is a Joker collaboration as well, so it just kind of it adds to the chaos in the best possible way. But we're tied again within the first 45 seconds. Deja vu, anybody?
Great shot as well. Forcing it low, pouncing on what was a loose ball that really could have gone anywhere. It goes to show, put yourself in the right place, and more often than not, the opportunities will fall to you. Case in point, but Get Over really should have put this one home. Even more so Slothish. I know that wasn't the best starting position, but pressed the panic button a little too early. Get Over sees a path through the middle, wins the second challenge. Fortuitously falling to Slothish, gets the pinch off the wall. Goosey forced back here. The Fortnite car reigns supreme in the air for the moment. And there's the clearance through the middle for Goosey. Back to the backboard for Blue.
3.5 to play. Bethel with a solid chance here. You wanted that shot to be just a bit harder. There was still somewhat of a defensive wall set up, so I think it's difficult to see that shot go through, but there's definitely a world where Bethel grabbed the lead. Now they've got to watch themselves. Goosey sitting at the midfield line, playing a bit too patient. Slothish looking for a center. Becky jumps already, gets it to go through, but it's just too far wide, too far right. Another challenge, and this is the thing. Both of these teams have looks at counterattacks time and time again, but they've got to always keep their heads up and be careful about how much they commit forward because it could just come right back at them. I get that that's very basic philosophy, but it's very present in this series. Both of these teams have to watch how they set themselves on defense in big transitions.
Yeah, Bethel's being either too cute or not committed enough. I can't quite decide which when it comes to out-of-possession plays. They're losing a lot of these hundreds to U of I Springfield, which, of course, conversely gives U of I Springfield way more tools in the arsenal to utilize, and it just offers them free shots on net. They haven't found the go-ahead goal just yet. Maybe they'll need to find another go-ahead goal if Goosey slows it down and makes things interesting for the blue defense. That's a great shot. It's a great save by Slothish. The point being, Bethel University have the opportunity to grab this series by the horns and at least bring it back to a tie game. I want to see a little more determination and a little less so-soing.
We'll see who brings it first. Open play, as it ever was here. We've gone a long time without a goal, and it feels a bit uncanny valley, if I'm being honest. But, you know, speak, and so we shall receive. I will manifest it. Goal right here. There it is.
There it is.
Depth perception almost threw me off, but it is just inside that far post. Excellent shot from Georgia here.
I realize I've got to correct my own point. When I say take the series by the horns, I mean they can go 2-0 up in the series here. And now they have got that lead. They've got that goal to defend against, but I don't want to see them sitting back on it. I want to see, again, that determination in the midfield to continually win the ball, to put U of I under pressure, because this defense has cracks in it. They are putting band-aids over them in the best of scenarios. It looks like they're not able to adapt on the fly. This is a fantastic opportunity for Bethel University, again, to finish over U of I Springfield, but they need that sweep. They're so close to at least getting to Game 3, with that still being a possibility.
Well, they've got to like their chances from where they sit right now. Still a bit of defending to do, and we know what U of I Springfield were able to do, being down 1 goal at the end of game number 1. That time is quickly approaching. Did they get it done faster than 0 seconds? Challenge goes awry. Becky picks it up, picks out the bar, however, and a risky save to make off your own teammate allows U of I Springfield to maintain this possession, this high push up into the zone. Slothish goes next, sends it just wide, get over with a challenge. Becky punches it. Solid coordination there on the offensive side. We're all tied up.
That first try was Kachow without the catch, but much better next time around, to be fair. If Becky had missed that goal, it might be time to put down the controller. It would have been harder to miss than to score. But score she has, 2-2. Important time in the match as well here, Gaugan. Less than a minute left, and Bethel University says, stop it!
Back like they never left. Georgie on an offensive tear right now. It's been much with the help of teammates getting those passes exactly where they need to be. But talk about an offensive display right now. Georgie trying to will Bethel University into that 2-0 series lead. Slawfish had to grab the boost. Still tries to get it center for Becky. The challenge is there, but get over can't dive deep enough into the zone to make it count. 40 seconds in Bethel. Get a quick break the other way. They slow it down. Could they play the possession game or just kind of back off and wait for U of I to set something up on their own accord? Get over gets bumped away. Slawfish picks up the pieces, but Georgie gets a big save.
U of I definitely have the mechanical prowess in the air, but they're just not finding Bethel University willing to basically lie down and take it. They might find a fourth backboard, crunched against it by Becky. Requires a full court carry here, but it's going to be denied immediately by Napier Galaxy. By Napier Rapier, I should be Napier Rapier? What on earth am I saying? My words are discombobulated. Bethel University has a fourth, and much like a lap around the motor speedway of the South Gowden, U of I Springfield going in circles. They're against the match point. A reverse sweep required.
You talk about determination, but despite everything, it's still Georgie. And it's still Bethel University. 2-0 lead in the series. But again, go back to the beginning of the series that I'm saying this is the point where Bethel University can prove themselves. Yes, it's not for much at the end of the day because they're just trying to level both these teams to 2 and 4. But these sort of battles between teams that have been close to each other in the standings, haven't met until the end, are the ones that I personally get the most excited about because you often write these teams off as having not that much to play for. They're not really looking forward to, what comes after this, maybe despite the season that they've had. But again, it's highly entertaining. They're going blow for blow here, and I think Bethel University have finally found that gear to give themselves a solid step above to stand on, rather than, thinking about, oh, what if this goes to overtime? What if U of I gets stronger? Now Bethel understand, hey, we can just win this.
I mean, I think U of I have the ability to get back into this, don't get me wrong, but man, the amount of mistakes in defense is pretty egregious. And to be fair, I wouldn't mind if they were putting away the goals. They're playing like they should be putting away the goals, but they aren't, because Bethel University's defense, which, like you say, they're building a fantastic foundation off this in this series, it's more than enough. I mean, even moments like this, a little surreptitious doink forwards, Becky gets the save. Yes, but most times that's not been the case. I'm really, really impressed for a team that's been down on their luck, for a team that hasn't won a series legitimately to this point, Galgan. They look worth it, and I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up that sweep.
Thoroughly impressed me as well. Picking out the gaps of U of I on defense, but trying to rectify those causes here. Center of the box, but Slothish did not have the pace to turn around and get a decent chance off. Goosey with a couple challenges, back passes there. It's well calculated. Becky can't throw a screen up in time. Napier does have to block off, however, and come back to the midfield line as things slow down just a little bit. You can tell that the series is getting scrappier, but Napier,
wow,
what a highway robbery here for the first goal.
Like a missile honed in on a crucial moment here. Get over. There is nowhere else that he could have gone, and Napier knows that, and so they go for a bit of a sideways Goomba Stomp action. Totally successful. Get out of jail with the 1-goal lead. Are they even getting out of jail at this point? Ooh, well, maybe the card was used up there, perhaps, Galgan, but still so impressive and intelligent play from Bethel as well.
Certainly feels like they've purchased a favor there to get away without being scored on, but the job's not done. Not out of the woods just yet. Slothish takes to the corner, looking for a double. Didn't quite stretch that dominance far enough, I think, with that longer hitbox, but maybe it's all just in our heads in the first place. Becky up to the skies, Lightning McQueen to deliver us into a tie game, not to be. Bethel trying to go back the other way, but we ping pong over the midfield line with Slothish getting another block here, and you can see that U of I Springfield understand proactive defense is the way to get themselves back in here, not allow Bethel to set up the passing lanes, and all of a sudden we're spending a bit more time here in the orange half.
Not to get too philosophical, Galgan, but everything is in our heads if you truly think about it. Bit of a double entendre on that one, but there's no double meaning to the scoreline. It is what it says. 1-1. And on the stroke of half-time, that is the shoot of hope that U of I have been praying for.
Yeah, there's not too many times you're going to get a pass from that like your opponent, but when you do, well, you must score. And score they have, U of I Springfield. It's directly halfway through. We've got a tie game. We'll see what Springfield can do in this given instance. I like the tenacity that they're deciding to play with right now. Get a bit more aggressive on your first attacker's push. Get over just kind of waiting for this one to come down, though, because that's a difficult ball to chase. You put yourself a bit too far out of position, but now trying to make the quick turn. Slothish called it off and went forward instead. Now Get Over jumps on. Bethel a bit slower on the step here. Slothish first to the ball, grabs it, open net, and U of I Springfield sneak out to a lead.
I don't really know what's happened to the Bethel University, or perhaps should we be praising U of I Springfield for their industry in the midfield? My main complaint is they get 90% of the way there and then they give the ball up freely. But on this occasion, they've actually taken their time in the midfield. They're looking for those passes with 100% accuracy, or at the very least setting up someone to get a definitive shot on target. And they're stretching the defense wide as well. So Bethel University, we can say that this is the first real time that we're seeing it tested. And boy, is it buckling.
I think it's certainly a byproduct of what U of I Springfield have been able to do on offense. I think the entire series, at least from my perspective, their rotations have been pretty solid in terms of the space they give to each other. Haven't really seen too many doubles or large missteps of that caliber. It's just when they leave too large of a gap, and Bethel are able to take advantage of that situation. But offensively, you get those rotations cooking and spinning around where you're all evenly spaced. You're in that triangular shape, and it feels like nothing can stop you. That can be a dangerous hill to let your opponents run down, but oh my, Goosey grabs a goal here with a little help from their friends.
What's Kachow backwards? I don't even want to know. A complete misread off the backboard. Becky will not want to see that again. Bethel University will. Smiles on their faces as they are given a gift. And with 60 seconds left, I gotta say, UNI, well, not UNI, but UNI Springfield, of course, they were looking good. They were looking really good for their money. I was quite happy with them, with their defensive structure and everything. But now they've got to work the offense again.
And it's Wokak. Sorry, it was in my brain, and I had to let that one out. I couldn't keep that to myself. That's all Becky will be saying at this point in time, unless they can right the wrongs and make it all go forward again. Tie game, under 40 to play. Missed touch in the corner. That one surely is getting close to target. Get over with the initial save. Goosey wants it center. Here's the jump from Georgie. Tried to get that near impossible angle down, but yeah, it's saved away. Top of the box again. Goosey turns too slow. Becky speeding through, forces a double out of the defense here, but Bethel, they're certainly strapped to try and get this one clear.
And they managed to get the infield pass to all of nobody but the blue team. Ran out of players at the end of it all. Double demo, power play, triple demo, but the ball ends up continuing its trajectory into the orange half. A bit of mercy from the ball. It's supposed to be unbiased I say, but still we go towards a potential goal winner. A snatch from U of I Springfield eventually hits the floor. I think Bethel University will be happy for the reset.
Yeah, it's the second overtime of the series, but you're right on it. This is U of I Springfield's game to take and advance us to game number 4, but Bethel are the ones who sit on match point, and Bethel are the ones who will take the series in 10 seconds of game 3 overtime. Blink and you miss it. Everybody jumping, nobody connecting, and Napier's waiting at the top of the box saying thank you very much. Kachow without the catch, as you said before. U of I Springfield go home in pain without a game.
And Bethel University finished 5th. On the back of that, they finished 5th. The top 4 is locked in. I don't know what the Illinois score is, but they're going to be delighted. Man, that's a turn up for the book, but I think a turn up in the best way. I think Bethel University demonstrating why this trio should very much stick together for the foreseeable future. It wasn't the perfect series, don't get me wrong, and certainly there in game number 3, there are moments where we're thinking, oh, goodness me, is the start of something spectacular on here for U of I, but all they need is that one mistake from Becky, and you got to feel bad in that situation for the one player that's let them back into the game. But let's also praise, U of I Springfield. I think offensively speaking, some really great plays just missed their shooting boots and left their defensive boots in the locker, unfortunately.
Yeah, there were certainly plenty of chances for University of Illinois Springfield. Unfortunately, it felt like in this specific matchup, they could have used a bit more intel. They do, however, have the University of Michigan in their group, so they probably should have just paid a visit to their head football coach, Jim Harbaugh, and, potentially practice some sign stealing, maybe, allegedly, possibly. We're not going to be definitive about that over here, but I digress. It was a solid series there from Bethel. I was very impressed at how they were able to not only play their own game, but take advantage of, the defensive mistouches, the errors that we saw out of U of I Springfield, which were unfortunate. But if the defense against you makes those kind of mistakes and you're not scoring on those, then I seriously hesitate to say that you should have definitely won that series. I think Bethel definitely deserved to win that series.
Absolutely. Well, Lightning McQueen retires back to the garage. Their time is over, but ours is not, Galgan. 2 more series on the way. Next up, we've got St. Clair Saints and the Lantern Lions. So, stay where you are, folks, or at the very least, get up, get your drink, and then come back here because many, many more matches are on the way here on NECC week number 6. We'll see you then. Welcome back to the NECC week number 6 for the fall 2023 split. Relic and Gaugan, it's your boys. We should also give a shout out to Polaroid and Zolex, who are behind the scenes making sure that everything is fine and moving swiftly. And swiftly we shall move into one of the matches of the evening, I would say, Gaugan. Obviously, we will wait and see whether it goes the distance, best of 5 quality, but when it comes to importance, I was just saying it before we went live, this is the one. St. Clair Saints are on 5-0. They have not lost a single game this entire split. They go up against third placed Lambton Lions, but there's a twist. Elsewhere, Lancer Gaming take on the Queen's Highlanders. Queen's Highlanders down in 6th, by the way. The only separating difference between St. Clair Saints and Lancer Gaming is 1 game loss for Lancer Gaming. So the mission is simple. Win by as much as you can. If you sweep, you've won the group.
It will surely be a great fixture. I was sitting here for minutes on end trying to think about how to work in Lakes or the letter B into that bit. Great Lakes B is where we are. Sorry, I just, Challengers Division. St. Clair Saints Academy, let's check out who's on that roster. People should know by now because St. Clair just kind of takes esports players and makes absolute beasts out of them. This is the Academy roster. It's obviously below the one you see pushing for CRL play, for open play, whatnot, but that's not to diminish their skill. Brisk, Ethan, and Lucky are here to continue their streak. I am of the opinion, as I stated in the green room, that this will be a sweep for St. Clair, not to discredit those Lambton Lions on the other side, but St. Clair, they're just kind of a different breed in the collegiate scene.
And, I do want to give a shout out to them. I'm not sure how much people saw this, but they pulled out of the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals basically on safety grounds. They want to make sure that their players are safe and sound. And I just want to give a huge respect to them for that. Honestly, big up. Lovely to see an organization, a community, a college that cares so much. But caring matters not. They have to do the business up against their opponents for today. No, not the Lambton Lambs. No, they are the Lambton Lions. Will they roar onto the pitch with a steam? We're going to find out. Splash Golden Gerby and Tezu Kako. They themselves have had a pretty decent full split, Gaugan. They are third place by a comfortable margin, 4-1. Their only loss, if I'm quickly going to go and find it, their only loss against Lancer Gaming. So the only team that they haven't lost to, who they haven't played, of course, are their upcoming opponents. But if Lancer Gaming can put them away, and they did so 3-1, you'd imagine that St. Clair Saints will be seeing themselves as the definitive favorites. But there is a big gap between seeing and doing, as we have seen many times before ourselves.
And that's the beauty and the tragedy of having 6 rounds of play here with 8 teams in each group. St. Clair Saints and Lancer Gaming, as you've alluded to, they're both on 5-0. They're only separated by the one individual game loss that Lancer had earlier on in the season. They will not meet each other in the regular season. It's unfortunate, to be sure, but the established storyline we have is that St. Clair Saints, with a sweep here, will establish themselves as the top dog in Great Lakes B of challengers play here in the NECC. Not the Lambton Lambs, not the Lyonton Lions, but the Lambton Lions. I'm going to say that the other way around at least once. I know I'll get that mixed up, but against the St. Clair Saints here with a bit of the play on the S. We're underway, game number 1.
I think technically, let me just double check my maths here. Technically,
right,
if they lose one game, they should be all right.
Okay.
They should be okay because, of course, they beat Lancer Gaming in their head-to-head. And even if Lancer Gaming win 3-0, they're still on the same amount of game wins. So it does go down to head-to-head, in which case St. Clair Saints stay ahead. So 2 possible score lines to confirm that the Great Lakes B Challengers Conference is theirs. It all starts here on DFH. St. Clair Saints in the blue and Lambton Lions over in the orange.
You've done some excellent math. I just took my calculator and typed in 07734 and turned it upside down so that it says hello. So I haven't really gotten up to much more in terms of actually calculating anything, but I'm waiting for a goal to count, and sure enough, it's Tezukako. Ask and you shall receive. And hey, Lambton Lions, early lead. It was a fairly simple sequence, but they take advantage of the giveaway on the save attempt, and hey, first goal their way.
Yeah, and Brisk there prioritizing the boost. I don't think that was the wrong decision, but you just got to think if they had prioritized the man, then we would have seen that shot stopped before it ever left the front bumper of Tezukako. Into the midfield. Speaking of, Brisk wins that challenge. Tezukako picks up the pieces. Lucky. That's going to hit the backboard. Oh, that is disaster for the Lambton Lions. They tie their own shoelaces amongst each other, and they've let in a free equalizer.
Just a nice little high five, a little bump, a little reminder, hey, I'm here for you. I am present whenever you need it. Unfortunately, they needed it about 3 seconds earlier in the sequence and a bit more convincingly in the corner, but that is by the wayside. It's all tied here, just inside of a minute and a half gone, reaching that mark. Here, St. Clair Saints want more. Ethan nearly dove in to grab a nasty redirect, lucky out through the corner. Brisk got a little too haphazard with the initial jump, but will be there instead. Golden Gerby to pick it off. And the Lambton Lions starting to get proactive here on defense, which is what I think both teams need a little bit more of here.
Ethan drives forward, hits that backboard, no second touch. And the Lambton Lions throw it downfield. Brisk takes it into his control. Brisk doesn't get past Splash. Ethan misreads. Goes up, crosses the field, gets bumped out the way. Falls kindly into the hands of Golden Gerby, drives forward. Tezukako was hoping to steer it towards net, and that he did, just not on target. Backboard away, set up perfectly for Tezukako! And it's in and off the last defender. You hate to see it.
Just take the shot. The worst that happens is it gets saved away, goes into the bar, and yep, a little help from the defense finds its way through. And I'm just going to say this now before we get further in. If Splash's goal explosion is not the big splash, I'm going to be thoroughly disappointed. I really hope that that is equipped right now. We've seen the beautiful red rose of Tezukako twice now. Will we see something else? Plenty of chances going by. St. Clair, bit lax on the defensive end, could find themselves scored on for a third time here fairly soon.
And again, let us re-emphasize, St. Clair Saints have not dropped a game this entire season. They don't want to do that now. There is a perfect season on the horizon, excluding playoffs, of course. And they are 2 minutes away from losing that perfect season. All credit to the Lambton Lions. Yeah, they've let a goal in, but their counter-attacking plays and how they dismantle the Saints defense has been thoroughly impressive.
Maybe their kryptonite is just a Rocket League team with both Predator and Prey in the name. Ethan, though, striking with efficiency. Fantastic jump, had the read before it was sent on, but Brisk with a nice little pop. Ethan far and away still wins the race to that near post, and we're all square yet again.
There was a lot of heavy work done on that backline as well by Lucky, though. Bumps out effectively the third man in the play, but he becomes the third man involuntarily because of said bump. And then, of course, Ethan with the excellent shot under what ultimately becomes that last man available to defend it away. 90 seconds and change. Still to go. A bit of a congregation there on the side wall. Ultimately, the Lambton Lions do walk away with it. Golden Gerby up. That's looking really good. That's looking open. That's looking super open. Someone putting away, please. Brisk, thankful to throw it to Lucky, who completes that transitional play.
Ask and maybe you shall receive if they get to you within 3 to 5 business days, but not to be. Still have to back up, try once again. The Lambton Lions trying to get center. This is a breakaway. Ethan's got it and plenty of boost. Tries to slow roll it. Brisk to tap it home, but waited way too long. It goes both ways. Relic St. Clair with an open chance, and they don't find it either.
I understand you don't want to look like an idiot, but like, it's an open net. You might as well shoot. You're probably going to get it on target. That's pretty close too. Hits the woodwork. Brisk goes sideways. I think that's a smart call here. It's in and away from Lambton Lions, although this eventually meets the front bumper of Golden Gerby. St. Clair Saints ramping up the pressure. Brisk again goes sideways to set up play, but all he sets up is the counter from Golden Gerby, who wins that challenge. That's dangerous. Brisk scoops up underneath it onto the top of the box. Sideways, loses out on this 100, and loses out on this challenge. But Splash can't read it that well. Keeps low to the ground underneath one. Lucky, interference play, disruption play, demo play from Ethan. Back into the center, Lucky out. Full court carry, not going to try it. 2-2 OT.
It's really unfortunate for Splash, though. Did so much to beat so many defenders in one go, forced everybody from St. Clair to stay relevant at the midfield line, and yet no help awarded. Splash was demoed for their efforts, and that was it. The sequence was over. The game is now over. It's Ethan in 12 seconds. St. Clair, they will not be defeated just yet. Close call to be sure, but close only counts in things other than Rocket League.
How quickly you go from hero to zero. Tezu Kako on the backboard does right to pre-jump, but does it a little too early. Because he's a little too early, it basically means that he's too far away from the backboard. He activates that flip, which he does have. The ball sneaks on by him, and it's a tap-in, easy tap-in for Ethan. I think really unfortunate there. A close-fought game, but you could see why the Lambton Lions aren't quite up to the consistency that we've seen from the St. Clair Saints. And quite conversely, we see why the St. Clair Saints are on a spotless record as of now. That was a tough game to grind through, and yet they still found a way, despite it going to OT.
That makes a lot of sense to me, because both teams, I don't think you can look to either and say that they played exactly how they wanted to or played perfectly by the book, but it's the adjustments that the St. Clair roster makes that allows them to confidently move forward in the face of adversity and get a game win like that. Now, you know, we go into game two with a fresh slate here, and I could certainly see this flipping. It's not outside of the realm of possibility, but it comes down to a matter of probability. We talked about simple maths in the beginning of the season or series, and now we're just getting more complex as we go, but feels like the more chances both these teams take, there's a slight statistical advantage to St. Clair to score more often. I think that ever so small difference just kind of builds up over time as we go.
One down, 2 to go. Lambton Lions looking to place Boiler, looking to help out Lancer Gaming. Of course, we don't know how Lancer Gaming themselves are doing. For all we know, the Queen's Highlanders could be upsetting them. Who's going to shed tears first in game number 2? Well, Ethan has a really nice near post shot, but it's blocked and away. Brisk now, little boost to work with, gets it off the top of the box. But there are orange cars swarming around here, and they carry it most of the way to the halfway line.
It's nice for St. Clair that they don't seem too deterred to try and dive deep into the offensive zone, despite the warning signs of a counterattack potentially there from Lambton. But they can't really make it stick. It's been a tough opening minute for this side in orange, blue logo, orange side. Always be a pet peeve of mine, but we'll let it slide for now. They're rocking it. I think, at least at this point in time, I'd love to see a bit more of the blue side of the field, and we get there. Brisk with a giveaway, but nobody's really there to capitalize. Here goes St. Clair back the other side. Brisk, no double, but it's centered up. Ethan takes a shot. It's a slow roller, though, and easy enough to save away. Brisk with a quick turn, however, and catches them all sleeping. They move too far forward too fast, and St. Clair get on the board first.
Yeah, Golden Gerby. Tezu Kako turns away at the worst possible moment. Perhaps he saw the writing on the wall there. Bit of a, I agree, it's a bit of a weak one to give away, especially when you know the quick turnaround that St. Clair's can make in your own half. It's 1-0. It's worked for. You know, I think that's what, you know, credit we can give St. Clair. And by the way, was it a giveaway or was it a tactical sliced pass? I wonder, Galgan, I do wonder.
Everything has a reason. Go back to everything being in our heads if you think hard enough. Fortunately for everybody in the world, I don't think hard enough at all. So I save people the pain from if I did unlock my full brain. I think nobody would ever hear the end of it. But fortunately, that's not the case. And Lambton Lions really just trying to make me jump off of this as fast as possible. I don't blame them. It's St. Clair back the other way. I like that little blip of offense we got from the Lambton Lions. I would like it and love it and want some more of it. If only they could try and pry this ball away from the hands of St. Clair. But that's a tall task for anyone to answer.
There's pretty passing plays, and Ethan going for the solo. Oh, it's solo, more like slow-mo. Look at this, just a stop, start, lift. That's all that was needed. Pinpoint precision, 2-0.
Who needs to air dribble cringe when you can air dribble and make them cringe against you? Cringe, obviously, being bump. I'm using lingo. It's not really the most fitting analogy in that given sequence. It was Ethan on a tear against 3 defenders. 2-0 the better for St. Clair. Lambton Lions, they have been severely shut out in this second game of the series, trying to get anything going here. Cheating forward as well is Splash, but they've tried that a couple times, much against what they've had going for them. Splash with another challenge met up high. Tezukako gets a pretty free possession, but undershoots the jump. That's going to allow Ethan to come through, break up the sequence. Again, blocked from the midfield line, and St. Clair resume possession with 100 seconds to play.
Attempted back pass from Ethan, finds the pass completed. Lambton Lions, as much as we've seen some flashes of good in the opposition third, goodness me, are they loosey-goosey in their own? They are allowing St. Clair Saints a free look around the house, and they're breaking vases up and down the staircases. Just 1 minute of change left, and Lambton Lions looking a little devoid of ideas.
I wish they had Goosey in that Merc from the previous match, but not quite finding that level of success, that bombastic play of such a large hitbox there, because it very clearly matters, and it's not all in our heads, despite what you keep trying to tell me. Tezukako now takes to the sky. 50 seconds to play, looking for a pass, no help to be found. Ethan, no boost, no problem. Lucky with a block here. It'll fall right in front of the net, Demo, but picked clean before Ethan can barrel flip into it. Still, another block, another touch. St. Clair are happy to just send this ball into any perceivable postal code they can away from the hands of the Lambton Lions with 30 seconds to play and any bit of step forward to take.
It's time burning, it's clock wasting, it's hooliganism. Anything to get that ball out of their own half. They've picked up a 3 for free.
Yeah, that was a goal that was scored. That's all I really got for you. I mean, cut and dry, right? Tezukako wants the ball, Ethan's underneath it, gets the demo, not the ball, and it just leaks through. It's garbage time philosophy if you ever were to dub it as such. So St. Clair were winning this game anyway. It's just icing on the cake for them. And they are 1 game away, Relic, from an 18-win, 0-loss regular season. They don't even allow the last one at the end. Clean sheet preserved. St. Clair, triple match point.
Did Lambton Lions even get like a shot there? I know we don't have a look at the scoreboard, which I think is quite frankly a shame. That must be one of the most dominant midfield performances that we have seen all season. And I don't want to say it's up to the Lambton Lions. It kind of is, because if they'd wanted to shut the St. Clair Saints up, they should have gone and won game number 1. It's as simple as that, but they didn't. They went and lost it in overtime at that, and St. Clair Saints have taken that form, that confidence, and they have simply run with it. Midfield dominance, allowed time on the ball. They are mechanically gifted. Gaugan, the Lambton Lions, were asking for trouble.
It feels like, I have to agree with you, because it's very reminiscent of so many series that we've watched before this, where if both teams are making mistakes, maybe one's capitalizing a bit more than the other and the series starts to slide their way. You understand that. In a situation like this, St. Clair saw whatever holes that they opened up in game number 1, patched them clean and flush, and the Lambton Lions could not generate anything else past that. When your opponents aren't making the mistakes that you expect them to, if you do expect them to make mistakes in the first place, which honestly you really shouldn't be, you've got to create opportunities for yourself. St. Clair have been doing that all series long, and they haven't stopped here at the start of game number 3.
There are so many double commits. The Lambton Lions are chasing shadows, and that is not advisable. They should get a free shot opportunity here from Splash, who waits. And that was actually the smart play. Just try and sow a little bit of discord, maybe sow a little bit of doubt in and amongst the St. Clair defense, but the defense has been able to hold on for now. Although Lantern Lions still with possession, although they give it away cheaply. Ethan with the big clear. Brisk helps it on his way through the corner. Lucky, that's a free shot. That's a big miss from Tezu Kako. And that's another 1-goal lead for the St. Clair Saints.
Again, it's a huge scramble back, and they had a solid formation. But as soon as that ball gets sent to the corner, you have Golden Gerby and Splash get too close to each other, and you blink and you miss it. The goal is scored. That's going to happen to any team who moves back into the defensive zone in such a manner, because yes, you had the formation, but you didn't have the turns. You didn't have people going in and out of spots, and it's off the kickoff again where we see another double press onto the ball. They want that early strike. They don't want to give St. Clair the time to set up, but newsflash, St. Clair don't need a whole lot of time. Give them a couple seconds and a shot at hitting the ball. They're going to challenge you for it.
It's looking more and more like the inevitable. And unlike Formula One, where we have to sit through a full year of it, this possibility is actually quite exciting. A team so dominant that they don't drop a single game. They're just shy of 4 minutes away from record-breaking form, but there is still 3.5 minutes of this game left to go, Gaugan. And if there's anything that we know about Rocket League, it can change on a dime.
It's all on the Lambton Lions, though. As you said, the onus is on them, both offensively, defensively. They've got to show us a new form here, a new pep in their step. Get something going for the road early on. Don't leave it to the last minute. We know you've been able to force OT, contend with them, but even that was a quick finish. 12 seconds was all it took. One errant opportunity,
that's
but there
gorgeous.
is your statement. It's not the Splash goal explosion, but you know what? I'll take it. Splash with a goal here for Lambton.
It's so well hit. That is so clean. So clean. And well needed. Good time at that as well. Just shy of 3 minutes. That's a lot to work with. But like you say, offense, defense, midfield prowess. Not this. Not whatever that was. Please, less of that, Lambton Lions. If you can find an equalizer, you can find a win to win this. You can find a way to win this game.
You know what? Speaking of finding things, I found a workaround. If it's splash.og, assuming that this is the OG Splash, that water that had previously splashed, past tense, has had time to freeze over.
Oh!
Unfortunate. They don't find the goal, but you know, please save me from my rambling here. Ethan just walks it right back. Again, patented St. Clair counterattack. They just have too much time and space to set these things up, as if they even need time or space.
But look at Golden Gerby. He's looking to react. He's expecting Ethan to do something, which is correct. But spatial awareness, man. If you go now, there's less chance that he's going to just walk it in. And okay, he didn't walk it in. He was 50 feet up in the air, however high it is. But it was all too easy. And St. Clair Saints, once again, squeezy that defense into a mistake that opens up a 2-goal advantage yet again. And they can afford to give up the ball like this. They can't afford to lose challenges like that. Tezu Kako infield, gotta be! Golden Gerby makes up the mistake. Back to a 1-goal game.
And everybody's getting involved now, which is what I love to see from these teams. The Lions are awake. They're ready to strike. Solid touch at the bottom corner. Back within 1. Again, it has to come from within yourself here. You can do 9 out of 10 things right, but that extremely loud, incorrect buzzer can be scary at times, and you've got to shake off those inhibitions, those preconceived notions that St. Clair dictate the pace of this series. Bring it back into your own control. If you're Lambton, you could see yourself into another OT at the very least. If not, keeping yourself alive in this series.
Got to log down those 100 boosts. First and foremost, double commit, but it works in the favor. Short term, perhaps not long term, perhaps not when Ethan can solo a defense, as we have seen before. They get away with it. The Lambton Lions still looking to prowl on towards what would be a big game win to disassemble St. Clair Saints season at the very last hurdle. Now that would be tragedy, that would be heartbreaking, but there's 60 seconds left on the clock and they still don't have the lead. It's another mistake, brisk forward, near post, saved away.
Tough look there. Double demo as well will make Lucky's job a bit harder, but it doesn't matter. Brisk has respawned. Big save. Lucky sends back a second one. Third chance. Ethan pulls off to make Splash go, but Tezukako blocks it aside, and the Lions keep themselves out of being scored on for a fourth time, and they get a chance the other way, but a challenge sees the ball squeezed back out to the midfield line. Brisk with a clear. St. Clair give themselves more space to close out this series.
St. Clair Saints would be wise to maybe be a little bit more conservative, but is that even in their DNA? They don't want to just win 3-2, they want a fourth. They want a statement. Lambton Lions have the dotted line in front of them. They've just got to sign it. Infield pass, Tezukoko gets it past Brisk. Backboard, Lucky with the pinch, no boost to work with. Backboard, stays against the backboard. Ethan with a huge challenge, throws it downfield. Is it going home? It's not going to go home just yet. Tezukako pumps it up. Tezukako, again, it's going on target. Would you believe it? 3-3, we're going to OT.
All you had to do was put the ball on the ground. There are not a whole lot of times where Rocket League is that cut and dry, despite what every single pro will tell you. Sometimes it's not just hit ball in goal win game, but for this point in time, the Lambton Lions, well, they hit ball in goal, they keep themselves going in this series, but it was 12 seconds in the first overtime, the second overtime, game number 3, a bit longer, but how much more can they get?
Oh, a lot of misses. That's a lot of mental deception from all parties. That's not a great clearance, but also that's not a great touch. Ethan, up against his own post and then some. Back into the middle. Oh my goodness, they've lost it. Can you believe your very eyes? They had the perfect season in the palm of their hands. All you had to do was put it on the ground. St. Clair Saints, you only have yourselves to blame.
You have so many more words than I can think of at this current moment. We sat here both thinking 18-0. Congratulations to St. Clair Saints on a perfect season. Listen, I mean, the series is still going. They can still go 6-0, but like what are we even doing here at this point? How do we move on from what we just witnessed, 0-second goal into whatever we just watched? I mean, okay, to try and break it down, as a byproduct of St. Clair just getting a bit too aggressive. They knew they had the ability to score, but Ethan stepped up a bit too far, caught too much of the ball on the back pass, totally unintentional, went to the post, follow through. You can't really get the defense back into position. I get it, I understand, but like, yeah, I guess. Let's go game 4. Let's do it. Lambton Lions, reverse sweep. I guess it's happening now.
I wish I could tell you I've got a live score from the Lancer Queens game. I don't. Because now that perfect season is gone, now we look towards, this is your last chance to confirm the group as your own. You could afford that one game. You could afford that one game. You can't afford another. And Ethan's going to make sure they start off well, but Golden Gerby's going to make sure that they don't. It's a big save, down low, not too slow. More from Ethan, perhaps? No, at the backboard, and there's the throw.
We know that St. Clair have more in the vault. They've always got it locked up. One of the schools in the scene that's been cooking for years, it feels like, in various titles, and obviously, again, alluding to the fact that this isn't exactly the main roster for the school. I think formerly referred to as the academy roster, but you cannot count this team out. They still look confident as ever. You just continue to ask what could have gone differently for them to confirm that game if they just played with a bit more caution, a bit more solid of a midfield hold instead of trying to dive for these goals. You love to see it here, right? Because it's relatively low stakes. It's the opening minute or so of the game. They want to establish that dominance, and that's how you do it. A solid pass, high to low, towards the far side, and it's scored for the first goal.
It really does feel like game number 3 has trickled into game number 4 with the narrative. This is a team that throughout this entire series thus far have been nothing but selfless. Oh, what a play, by the way, from Splash. I mean, nothing selfish. about this. That's just pure skill through and through. Great challenge from Tezukoko. Gets the bump on Brisk as well. Lucky suckered into the front roll and put home with aplomb by Splash. But it was a collective team selfishness that has lost them this perfect record. And in doing so, they've given Lambton Lions a ray of hope that not only can they win a game, they can win this series as well.
It's just so interesting to me because sometimes when you get that, lack of selflessness and you send one player forward who's just trying to clip on everybody, it's not often that you get, that full concerted push on offense when it's under 30 seconds to play and you've only got that 1-goal lead. You want to batten down the hatches, park the bus, if you will, and at least have one defender ready should a counterattack emerge. But again, it's a 0-second sequence. There's only so much we can lambast St. Clair here for dropping that, letting it to go to OT, before you have to give praise to the Lambton Lions for creating the 0-second chance in the first place and then going on to win the OT. They certainly deserve to be here. That's not outside of the question, nor has it ever been.
Beautiful.
But St. Clair Saints, they know how to score a momentum-building goal when they need one, and Brisk delivers yet again.
What is clear to everyone is, despite Lambton Lions' tenacity to get to this position, they probably shouldn't be here, because the St. Clair Saints have shown time and time again that, individually speaking, this is a unit to be feared. This is a unit that really should have dominated their group. And how about that for a cherry?
It's a tough one to swallow here for the Lambton Lions. Ethan buys so much out of that initial touch, beating 2 immediately. And then those same 2 try to go up for the follow-through because they know they have to contest it. But Lucky's already there, taking the shot. The sequence is already sealed, done and dusted. St. Clair with a 2-goal lead again. But we've got half of the game to play, and we've got one more goal for the Lambton Lions to tie it back up. Everybody's getting involved again as a sidewall pass rings off the back wall, but Golden Gerby turns it right on its head.
And Galgan, we have a scoreline. Lancer Gaming 3. Queens Highlanders 0.
Woo!
If St. Clair Saints fail to win this game, they have lost first place in the group on the final day.
The pressure is on. You can feel it right now. Rocket League's not a very silent game. There's not a whole lot of time to just dwell in the emotional state of being. Everything just moves at a brisk pace, could be one way to characterize it, but again, you feel it for St. Clair right now. They've got the 1-goal lead, but the hope is ever so radiant for the Lambton Lions, more so than it ever was in the series thus far. Another chance, just couldn't get the read quite right. A demo and a Golden Gerby will make the Lions' defensive job a bit tougher, but an instant response from Temakako off of the back wall will at least try to delay the inevitable as St. Clair try to set up shop here.
I've just realised, is there something wrong with these standings, actually? Has the entire narrative I've been trying to spin been wrong? Because I'm pretty sure that Lancer lost against St. Clair, right?
No.
Am I
Unless I missed something as well, I'm fairly certain that Lancer and St. Clair have not met each other in this regular season. I think they dodged each other.
How?
Well, there are 6 rounds and 7 other teams that you could play, so there's going to be one that you miss. I could be wrong about that, but for the time being, we've got to watch this. Lambton Lions, they came oh so close right at the final minutes calling to scoring that 3rd goal. It's been stuck at the midfield line. How do they push it from here? They throw 2 to the same corner. Splash can't get the ball moving. Ethan blocks it aside. There's very little resistance as Golden Gerby waits for this one. Waited too long. Brisk sends it off the sidewall. Tezukako over the top. It's a slow response from Brisk, but a calculated one at that to try and make it harder for the Lambton Lions to score.
15 seconds left, and St. Clair Saints doing everything that they need to do, but they were doing everything that they needed to do at this time last time as well. Brisk throws it up onto the backboard. Huge. Even more so from Ethan. Golden Gerby can only put it sideways. Lot of mustard on that. Back into the center. Splash misses it. St. Clair Saints by 1 goal. By 1 single game. Manage to make the difference, I think. The fact that they've not actually faced Lancer, I don't know how that changes things. Not gonna lie to you. I imagine that both of them go through to the playoffs anyway. But bragging rights, definitely up for debate now. St. Clair Saints, they win the series, but could have been a whole lot more, Galgan.
Yeah, you do kind of ask yourself, at what cost? I mean, again, if I'm sitting there as a player on St. Clair Saints Academy, like, I don't know. I feel like it could go either way. You could be a little bit hurt that it's not an 18-0 season. At the same time, I could totally see a player being like, whatever, we're 6-0. It really doesn't matter that much. So at the end of the day, how much you read into it is of your own interpretation. But I did like what we saw from both sides there. It's nice to see St. Clair get the win going. You know, plenty of adversity, 2 overtimes as well. But I don't know. On the other side, reading into it for the Lambton Lions, I think they absolutely deserve to be as high up on the table as they are. It's unfortunate that they fall to 4-2. They certainly had the pieces, much like the previous matchup. It's just a matter of putting those pieces together at the right time, and it never fully clicked. But you could see it, right? They put it together for a solid 5 minutes, and you start to be convinced that they could have won a very convincing game over St. Clair rather than having to grab an overtime there in game number 3. So a lot of hypotheticals at play, but still, you have to congratulate the St. Clair Saints Academy roster on a 6-0 season here in the regular season.
Yeah, totally. I'm sure the coach won't be too happy. And I do wonder how the seeding's going to figure out. When it comes to the playoffs, there are many, many permutations. I'm pretty sure that the top 2 from each group go through, in which case they might need a playoff game. Maybe that's why there is one team that doesn't meet each other, because then it is a fresh encounter rather than a repeat. But there's going to be no more repeats after this next break either. There's one more series. It's a new one, and it's going to be the last one of the regular season. It's going to feature the SFU Raccoons and Uvu Black. Oh, I was so close to being cringe there, wasn't I? Maybe I will be cringe on the other side of this. Only one way to find out. Thank you. Why doesn't everybody...
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC conclusion of the regular season here for Rocket League. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a somber note to leave you on here. The two teams were having some difficulties behind the scenes. We believe the match will still be played out, but unfortunately, the stream will not have coverage of that. We wish the best of luck to both teams, though, Relic, and hopefully they finish this regular season on as high a note as possible.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, this is sadly the case, but it does mean that we had a cracker of a story to finish off with. A spotless season, one blotch on it. I mean, to be fair, it's been a brilliant evening overall. Great games throughout. Been a brilliant split. And now we wait until Thanksgiving is done and dusted. And then it's into the playoffs for December's. Who's going to come out on top? Well, there's only one way, really, for everyone to find out.
We'll have to see what comes of it when we get to the playoffs. But until then, everybody, please have a great rest of your evening. Enjoy your Thanksgivings with your family, friends, and whatnot. And we'll see you on the other side for the playoffs of the NECC fall semester. See you soon.